All right, let's begin. It's a lovely Saturday evening. Welcome, guys. Who've we got here? Let's see. Oh, which one to read? I'll read this list, I think. Uh, Amok64. He was in just as I pressed start, actually. I think he was checking his points. So good in there. Amok, welcome. Mr. G, Steps, Fitrend, Prince Phase, True Tonnies, Vostiar, Andy Magic Knight, Warlock, Dockster. Wow, Warlock, it must be early for you. Well, maybe not. Maybe not. I can never work out the time over there. Dust and Me, Triton is, Speckcomster. Oh yeah, well, I'll go through the prize draw in a minute. Um, but yeah, it's open now. Lesnar 4 or Lesnar IV. I think it's Lesnar 4. We'll go with that. Prince Phase 101, Microman as well. Welcome, guys. Come. Mythical Duck, SP175, Russell Mills, Gareth 1130, Paris 7. I'm not going to say it. I say it every time, and I'm never right. Oh, damn, I would have been right this time. No, I wouldn't. Richmond Mike. There we go. Haha. Hey, Richmond Mike. Click Tech Kev as well. 8:37 a.m. Okay, it's later than I thought. I don't know why I thought it would be like 6 a.m. or something there. C64 Mark as well. Welcome. Steps, I think I've already said. Uh, Greg Twy as well. I think that's everybody. Yeah, I think that is. I'm at the end of the list anyway. Welcome, guys. Happy Saturday. So yeah, it's giveaway night. That's what? Um, how do you manage that? Did you just host for a split second so you could raid? Thanks for the raid, Andy. Uh, oh my god. I reckon you did, didn't you? You did a raid so you could get the channel points for it as well. Okay, so yeah, the giveaway draw is now open. You can buy 3 tickets. They cost 2,500 channel points each. They're down there in the bottom. So the same way you request Sid tunes, there should be right at the bottom of the list. Giveaway prize draw entry. It's an orange icon. Um, 2,500 points. If you just click on that, you will be entered into the prize draw. You can do that 3 times. Anything more than 3 times will just be ignored. So make sure you don't do it too many times because your points will be deducted, but you won't get any extra tickets there. Um, is Frosty really quiet? Yes, I'm glad as well. I noticed you started with the Christmas tunes already, you lot. Thanks for the host as well, Price 7 and Richmond Mike, appreciated. Um, uh, I was going to say channel points. Do you not have any channel points left? Surely you must have channel points. Have you not got a ticket? Surely you must have a ticket. Wow, it's hard to keep up with. Uh, okay, I need to have a look. Let me just open my reward queue up here. Oh my god, I don't want to be singing this in my head. Wow, we've already had 31 entries. Um, I bought so many shimmer because of steps. Don't listen to steps. Don't spend shimmer shillings are not a good deal. So the draw will be at midnight. So it's about 2 hours from now. 2 hours 20 minutes from now. If you keep clicking on the button when it appears, you'll get like a little reward thing. You can earn a few more every 15 minutes, I think it is, or so. Um, uh, yeah, let's give you all some shillings. There we go, and I'll start the races. So yeah, that draw will be at midnight tonight. So that's 2 hours 20 minutes from now, and the winner will get the Spectrum 48K Pi Zero that we built on stream last week. It's all up and running now. The only thing I do need to do is configure the joystick for it. So I will be giving a SNES pad away with it as well, which is on my shelf somewhere. I'll dig it out on the next break. Just so you've got some kind of joystick that you can use for it. So is no one guessing on the quiz? No. Okay. Well, maybe it was broken for a minute. Oh. It looks like all the games you know are not in the quiz. That's unfair. Hayes almost had it. He just wrote it the wrong way around. That's why I was going. Oh, I could see that it was damn close. So okay, so um, let's have a look. So tonight we're gonna, as well as doing the giveaway, we are still gonna do some C64 dev, of course, and we're gonna do the rest of the high score stuff tonight. So let's just find out. Oh, that's not good. Well, I mean, that's obviously not in Start ASM, it's in somewhere else, or unless it's in here actually. There it is. There we go. Cool. So we've got our high score. Oh, thank you for the follow, Nivrig. Welcome to the stream. A bit of humper. Yep, some giveaway rules there as well. Oh yeah, the other thing as well is when the draw will take place, give or take a couple of minutes, at midnight. It will be after midnight, if it's a few minutes late. Um, Once a winner is drawn, you have about 5 minutes. There will be a countdown that appears at the top of the screen, and you will have 5 minutes to claim your prize. Basically, it just means you just need to respond to being drawn the winner in chat. Just to say I'm here, whatever, and then if that person does not come forward after 5 minutes, we do the draw again, and we continue until somebody does come forward. And then when that person comes forward, I'll announce that they've won it, obviously, and they've claimed it, and then it will communicate in private to work out an address, and I'll get it shipped to you within about a week or so. Okay. Is the prize Fate Spectrum? Yeah, the prize is this Spectrum Pi Zero. This is quite nice, actually. I mean, it's nice if only for the blue case more than anything else. I do need to stick that down a little bit better. It's not stuck very well on that side, but And it's a Pi Zero, so you can, if you want, change the software on it to do what you want. It is preloaded with the Fuse version of the Pi Zero, Fuse version of the Raspberry Pi image software, whatever it is. I think it is still a Linux distribution. I love a Pi Zero. Do you want the case back? Hey, Gromus. To be fair, the case is the most expensive thing about it. The Pi Zeros are like £10, but the case and all the other bits came to a lot more than that, about £60 or so. Okay, so if I get a high score, so if I die now, hopefully I get a high score. It should. So I got 550 then. And you can see there you go. It's put me in the high score list. It's put my name in as this, and this is what we need to do now. We need to make this editable. So this is going to be editable through the joysticks. I can't really add keyboard control in because if two players are playing, then which player has control of the keyboard? And I want you both to be able to enter your high scores at the same time. So uh, 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 just trying to catch on the chat a little bit. Save my points for SID requests. Yeah, you're not really a Spectrum fan, are you? To be honest, Hayes. I'm not either. It was an interesting. Well, I say that I've got 3 or 4 on the shelf up there, but yeah, it was just an interesting thing to build. I wanted to see if I could do it, and apparently I can, so that's kind of good. This wine is very odd tasting. So it's a 2020 wine, which I find strange. They usually wait at least a year before they put them out. I mean, I guess it's November, but it is 2020, and 2020 is the year of disappointment. So um, I'm a co-wine 19. Yeah, I'm fully. I mean, it's drinkable, but it's not that great. So yeah, exactly. You would just keep hold of it, wouldn't you? You just say no, no, no. This was 2021. Really was. Not to my ZX DOS on since the week I bought. I need to find some time to play with it. Yeah, I loaded mine up. Did a few experiments on it. Tried to get it to work with the keyboard. Got it working with the keyboard. Tried a few of the other cores unsuccessfully, I might add. And now it's just sat there waiting for. I'm waiting for some new shelves to put all the things like that on. Okay, high scores. So let's have a look. Have I actually created a separate thing for the high scores? I don't think I have. I couldn't even tell you where. Oh, HUD. Okay, that seems like a crazy place to put it actually, but okay. Need to set scores. No. Okay, where the hell is the high score being drawn then? I'm just trying to find out what actually draws the high scores. Should be a method somewhere in here. Intro, title screen. If I did it down here, end level, game over. Oh, yeah, oh, there is a game over. Okay, fair enough. There we go. This is where it all is. This is where the fun's happening. The US targets tested negative for Trump 20. All right, thank you for the host, ClickTech Kev. I appreciate it, man. Thank you for the bits as well. I missed that. I answered the question, but I missed the bits. Yeah, I will draw it around about midnight. So I think if you let's say if you keep clicking the boxes as they appear under the chat, um, and various things like hosts and stuff, you may get enough points for it as well. It is worth keeping your channel points to a certain level and not doing SID requests until you've got enough to kind of safely do them, because I will do these giveaways about once every 4 to 6 weeks. I don't know what I'm doing next, but I want to do a slightly bigger one because it's Christmas. Okay, so now what we need to do is this is our update here, which actually we do game over, exited. Oh, okay, that's this bit here. Okay, game over, update. Okay, so we do call this update function, which is in here, and this is where we should do the player. Oh, there you go, player name entry. We've already got something. Where is that though? Player name entry. Ah, okay, we'd started doing this. Trying to work out how I've done this here. Is it this one here? Let's put some details in here. I really need to do more commenting in my code. Case of wine giveaway. Oh, that wouldn't be bad actually. That wouldn't be bad at all. Case of wine giveaway. Yeah. Problem is, I'd want to enter that. Much more expensive to ship. I would ship it. Oh, that's a good point. Actually, I don't know how that works with international shipping as well. I'd have to have a think about that. But it's a possibility. Definitely a possibility. Hey, Mr. Jacob, I just realised I don't put my sound briefing up. It takes 6 months to get to me, so yeah, whatever. Yeah. There's always local ways to do this, or there's things like wine vouchers as well. There's a lot of places have kind of these wine club things that you can get. I'm sure every country has them, so we could maybe do some of them. I don't know. I'll have a think about it, but yeah, wine giveaway would be kind of nice. It would be nice to give away a selection of wines that I like to drink on stream as well. But that would be the most difficult one to ship, I think, because it would have to come from me. So, hey, Quadrisul. Okay. Okay. So what we're looking to do now is, if a player has a high score. So X is the index into the high score. So, well, this is player index here. If they have a high score, in other words, if there is a high score position, there's a positive number. Do we have a high score? If so, then we take the player's position, put it in Y. So Y equals high score position. And then it looks like we take, let's go name LSB. Okay, so we take our name, positions. So we're trying to change this value in here. And we put FF into it, which gives us our high score. Okay. Okay, this is fairly straightforward. Okay, so in that case, what we need to do is we need to, oh, hang on, high score entry index. Okay, that needs to be set to 0, which is not here, it's set to FF. So let's just make sure that is actually set when. Yeah, entry index, here we go. So we do set 0 on here, which gives us the first position. Okay, so we're kind of almost there here. We just need to add this the joystick controlling. Okay, so we can use this player index to grab the joystick controls. So the other thing we kind of need here is, as well as an index here, we need, actually we can do it with the value in here. So let's go ahead and set that value. So it was Z on the list. So let's change that to, so let's bring up the character pad. Let's have a look at what we've got. Yeah, the Arkanoid SID is awesome. Do like this. Desktop. Who's this? Gawa, isn't it? Yeah. So we might need to just add a few extra things in here. So the moment we've got from 0 to 9, A to Z, but we've got no, actually we do have a space there as well. That might be enough actually. And at the moment we're adding that in. So if we change it to this as our default E6, then that means the name will just show up as, no, that's not going to work either. Yeah, we change it to A and then a load of spaces. Okay, so let's do that. So E6 and DB. Okay, so 6 DB. So first of all, we need to find. So here's where we. So we need E6 and then DB times 7. Okay, so to do that, we now need to grab the name entry point here. Just copy that. So it looks like we can use the Y register here, which is, sorry. No, maybe we can't use it. Okay. Okay, so whatever we do with Y, we need to put it back here as well. So this is checking for high scores, so we can just do this once. So I'm just going to push that to the accumulator. So what we're doing here is we're resetting the name to A and then a load of blanks. And this is because we've got a high score, and this is what it's going to look like when you first go into the high score table. This will be the character that you can change. When you press fire on it, it will move on to the next one, and so on and so on and so on. So we're doing that by actually once the entry gets added into the high scores, we set the name up straight away. You can enter the competition now. So if you click down there on the channel points, there is a channel point thing for 2,500 points, which will allow you to purchase a ticket. You can buy 3 tickets. You can buy more, but you'll only get 3 entered into the competition. So I tried to play the game. See, but voice only plays the soundtrack. Oh, you may need to compress the you either need to compress the PRG using something like Xamizer, or if you're just doing it through Vice, then you can use injector RAM, and injector RAM will ensure that it gets loaded directly into the right place. It's because certain areas of memory are not opened up properly at that point. So injector RAM will allow you to load it all into RAM and then start the C64. Whereas if you don't do that, what happens is it can't load it into certain places, so it will fail. Okay, so we are basically trying to find out where to enter the name. So high score positions. There we go. So that's so I need that value again. Oops. We'll load that into Y this time. That gives us these entry here. Don't need that. So this becomes 0 now. And we put in E6 first into this one here. And then we're going to do, call it H loop for high score. And this is where we're going to add the DB in, and we need to do this 7 times. Pardon me. Thank you, Gareth 1130 for the gift sub to Steps. I appreciate it very much. Thank you. I think actions like that as well will give you more channel points. I'm not entirely sure on how they're awarded. You'll have to look up on Twitch how they are awarded. But if you are short a couple, you can maybe kind of buy your way into the last few points. I think cheering gives you some and stuff like that. Just check out on Twitch how to do it. But it all goes towards more prizes anyway, so it's all kind of beneficial. Okay, compare Y to 07 equal to H. Okay, this should, in theory, fill the name in ahead of time with that value. There you go. Thanks for the gift sub, ClickTech Kev to Mr. Jacob, and thanks for the gift sub, Amok to Mythical Duck as well. Cheers, guys. Interesting, there's no purple circle here, iOS client. Yeah, it can be. I've heard various things about that. You might have to update the Twitch client. I'm sure somebody here had the same issue and they updated their Twitch client and it appeared. So, okay. So just want to check the update routine now. I'm going to get rid of not that one, the player name entry, this one here. So just going to get rid of that for a second. Thanks for the bits, ClickTech and Dockster as well. Toot toot. Oh, wrong button. Oh, okay. Relative jump problem. Line 340. Okay, so again, we just invert the case here. Jump to ones just ahead. Otherwise, jump to here. Thanks for the bits, ClickTech. Hey, Cosmin, welcome. Okay, so what I'm looking for now is when I get a high score in this table, the high score will have A and then a load of blanks in it. Or whatever the blanks appear as. They may not appear as blanks. I mean, we may have to do some conversion. Thanks for the bits, Pro7. Appreciated. All right, let's get some points. Oh, I'm dead already. Damn it! All right. Steps with his crazy theories. Don't listen to Steps. Steps has never got any points. Never got anything. He's constantly losing them. Okay, so okay, so okay, well, it didn't put the values I wanted into this table at all. What is this song? Thanks for the bits, Hammock. Oh, god damn. Why is this not happening? I'm losing focus tonight. I didn't have a long enough sleep. I did have a sleep, but it wasn't long enough. Okay. So these for okay, there's probably some value when these get put in. Hang on. Yeah, okay, the values get put in differently. Oh, of course they do. So we actually add DD to these values. Of course we do. And DD is going to be here. Crap. Okay. Wait, what? We had DD. Where's that gone? I've lost it now. Oh, position number we had DD. And high score we add a. Oh my god, this is all confusing. And high score name we add E5. Okay. Thanks for the bits, Warlock. Okay. So what we need to do here is this is going to get awkward, but whatever. What was it? Check score here. We need to add 0, 1 here, and then for blank it should be. I mean, it should be that, but I'm not sure if this is going to work. So let's give it a try. And then what we'll need to do is we'll need to convert the values as they come through for the name to shit. Yeah, this isn't going to be easy. Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. I've got an idea how to do this, but I didn't get any points. Keeps sounding like there's two songs going on at the same time on this thing. Okay, so let's get some points right now. Let's die. No, it's still not put it in correctly. Giveaway is for the Spectrum 48K that we built on stream on Tuesday last week, I think it was. Yeah, Tuesday last week. Week before, something like that. Yeah, tonight, at midnight. Yeah. I mean, fake. It may be a fake Spectrum, but it's actually better than a Spectrum. I would argue that the £10 circuit board in there is worth more than any Spectrum. So you would argue I'm deluded. uh, you love your fake C64 Pi. Cool. I'm glad you like it. I'm glad you like it. It was a lot of fun to build that one. And it's I'm very impressed with how the bare metal thing works as well. You all enter the competition to win the thing you think is cack. Yeah. um, okay, I'm not sure why that's not adding the right score. Let's okay, let's just force a Z into that location and see what happens. Actually, this is still not putting a Z in, is it? This should be working. I'm not sure why that's not stored in the right place. Let's put a breakpoint in here. You can't make the difference. Yeah, it is. It is surprisingly close. Thanks for the bits, Warlock, again. Appreciated. I must admit, I'm kind of tempted by that Game & Watch thing, but again, more to see if it can be hacked and have other stuff put on it. Because it must be running some kind of NES emulator under the hood. So it'd be kind of cool if you could get it to run other NES stuff on it as well. I assume that's what it's doing anyway. It would make perfect sense for them to use a NES emulator rather than some custom thing. So if you could get that to run other NES games, that'd be really cool. Okay, this looks like it should be working correctly. Let's just have a look at these locations. Oh, okay. This is wrong here, obviously. Should be why that's not working. Uh, oh, that might need to decrease Y there. I think that might be it. Because I think it's going to give us a value 1 to 8 rather than 0 to 7. Every third half moon on Tuesday. uh, yeah, I wouldn't be coding that. I do want to do a NES game, but I'm not gonna do it on that. That's what I've got the Super Famicom for, or Twin Famicom even. When it arrives, it should arrive actually next week. I think it's coming on a boat, on a slow boat from Japan. So still not doing it. What the hell? Something is going wrong here. But what is it? I don't know. Oh, major clash of the drum beats there. Thank you for the bits, Microman. Appreciated. Looking forward to seeing NES Game Dev. Um, I'm probably not going to do the NES stuff on stream. I want something. I'm trying to find something I can do. Something I can do without any pressure or anything. So I'm kind of using that as a kind of relaxing thing. High scoreboard is the hardest part of the game. It really shouldn't be. So it's just the name entry I need now. I don't know why, but for some reason I can't seem to get the default name in. I don't know why. Yeah, it's Orcs the one to watch if you want Nesdev. I will be referring to his streams as well, I think, as a guide to getting going with it. Okay, no, I didn't need to decrease Y. 9A. C2 9A. Okay, C2 9A. Why? I don't understand why it's getting a load of zeros. Uh, this is this list here, and that's definitely not at C29A, so I don't know where it's getting these from. Oh, screen positions. Ah, okay. That's different. That's not what I wanted. It's this that I wanted. Okay, that's why it was wrong. High score name. Okay. High score name data. Okay, that's going to be a bit easier then. I was using the wrong values to do the lookup. Okay, so in that case, I can load it from here. That's what I'm aiming for. And then I need to multiply this by 8. So I'm going to shift it to the left 3 times. And then I need to add just do that actually. Now, just in case that crossed a boundary and set a parry flag, I'm going to load this value just add 0 to it. Store that there. Okay, I think that should do it there. Oh, itchy hands. Oh, thank you. I got some. I don't know what that is. I have no idea what that is, but I got it. Thank you. Funny. Hayes is wheeling and dealing limited. Oh shit. Oh damn it. I'm not gonna get a high score now, am I? Hayes Del Boy Maker, yeah, exactly. Yeah, no high score that time, damn it. All right. Oh god damn it, I can't even play my own game. Right, there we go. Right, so hopefully now I should see the score 450 in the table with the name A and then a load of blanks. Oh, fuck's sake. Okay. This really should be one of the simplest things ever. And it's turning out to definitely not be. Uh, okay. Okay, let's do a check. Stick a breakpoint here. There's a high score. The high score's working. The high score itself is working. It's just the name entry. Um, I'm trying to just say. I mean, it should be really simple. I'm just being stupid because I'm getting distracted and stuff. But it should not be anywhere near as difficult as I'm making it. Oh crap! I've gone up the level. All right, fine. Hit hut. Right, there we go. Right, so definitely in the high scores, 2 350. It should be quite high up the high scores. Okay, breakpoint. Okay, so the value we're looking for is at 6A something. So let me just step forward, check this location here. 680A. So if I 6800, have a look there. I mean, none of this looks. Oh, I guess it is 3 letters. Yeah, it's kind of okay. All right. So now if I go and have a look at 6A0A, yeah, that should be fine. Okay. Oh, it has put a name in, but it's put it one too far. It should be here. Okay, so it has done the right thing. It's just put it on the wrong row. So this should be up here rather than here. Um, which means that I do need to do the decrease. Okay. So Okay, that should be it now. Awesome. And obviously the space is not displaying properly because it's 2 0 there. I need to work out what the space character is. Let's do that now because I know that's going to work. So okay, so space character, when it displays, we go through this. So this is the position, this is the name data, and it adds E5 to it every time. So everything gets E5 added to it. So what we need, sorry, we need it to show 2 0. So we need it to be 3B. So if I put 3B and add E5, okay, 3B. It's a freaking stupid way of doing this, but I'm already in now. I'm already deep in this now. Okay, cool. Right. Yeah, why aren't those icons working? I'm sure I've got that turned on. Let me just check. They should all be turned on. Yeah, oh God, what have I done? I've opened up some panel that I don't know how to get rid of now. Yeah, there is a special wait. I can't remember how to turn them on now. Fortunately, I did have them working there, so I don't know why they've stopped working. Yeah, I don't know what I've done. I'm not going to mess with that now anyway. It's not a good idea to mess with that now. Right, let's try this. So this time I'm feeling confident. I think I'm going to get the value I want here, which is A followed by a load of blanks. Well, it only took me an hour to do. Okay, they're not blanks, but they're, at least I've got the A there. Oh, it's in the wrong place again. Look. Fuck you. Why? Maybe I didn't need that decrease thing. Am I being daft here? Oh, I know why the blanks ain't working. Is because I'm using the wrong font. This isn't the font. This is the font. No, can't be. Oh, for fuck's sake. What have I done? What have I done? Okay. So the char set is F00 here. Oh, hang on. Have I got two? What do you have two separate freaking things here? Display high score. Okay. Oh no, we're not. There's just one. I think. Oh yeah, just one. Okay. And it is just adding E5, which really should be Oh god, I'm not feeling this tonight at all. Okay, no, it is using this font. It is using the game font. So why is that not giving me space then? Oh, because it's not 20 I want now, is it? It's this value. Oh, fuck's sake! All right. Okay, okay. I know what mistake I've made here. So I was going to I was working out how to jump to this value here, or yeah, this value here, which is not right. I want to jump to this value here, which is dB. So what I want is dB minus E5 F6. So F6 plus E5 dB. Okay, F6. I hope no one's trying to follow this because I'm struggling to follow it myself. Show you the 3090 then. No, I need to finish this. I will have to do some streaming on the 3090 at some point. It is nice and impressive, I've got to say. Um, I would definitely recommend if anybody's thinking of getting a 3090, they run incredibly hot. Either if you feel confident enough to do it yourself, then water cool it yourself. If not, just wait for them to bring out the water cooled versions. Because I got another 15% performance improvement by water cooling it, so 10 to 15%. So definitely makes a difference. No, it's not showing the A. Look, is that because it's? And in fact, this isn't even spaces. I might actually pass on this bit and start doing intro soon if this is not gonna play ball. Although the longer I leave this, the less chance there is of me remembering how it works. So the frustrating thing is the actual entry of the high score into the table is right, and we've tested the edge cases on it and stuff. So it is the high score entry itself. The high score, the addition of a high score is working properly. Uh, did you miss the break? No, I'm going to go shortly. Um, see what value is it actually putting into memory there? Let me have a look. Uh, 680. See, this is what it's filling it up with, 9F. Why is it filling it up with 9F? This is G. Yeah, G begins with G. Yeah, GCE. There we go. So that's that. So for some reason, it's filling it up with that 9F. Yet the value that I'm actually putting in the high score table, maybe I'm actually doing. Maybe I'm also filling it somewhere else. Oh, fucking hell! Insert new score. It doesn't matter what I do here because we're inserting the score here. So I'm just wasting my time doing all of that. Fuck's sake. All right. So these well, at least I've worked the values out now. F6 and 0, 1. So 0, 1 will fill it full of A's, which means I don't need any of this crap. This was all a waste of time. Oh well, you know, do this quickly and then I'm going to go and take a quick break and sulk a little bit about getting that. This is what happens when you don't touch code for 2 weeks. Uh, okay, so insert the score here. Uh, what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to change this. That's so annoying. So annoying. After all of that, it's just deleting it anyway. Yeah, so I was playing on the 3090 a game called Ghost Runner, which is a new kind of, I don't know how to describe it. It's kind of Mirror's Edge with swords, I guess. Um, it's like a one hit you die, and you have to kind of run around taking people out. But it's really, really nice. It's all ray traced as well, so it looks really good. Kind of reflection. It's set kind of in a futuristic Japan or something. I mean, what the fuck? Now I've ruined the whole thing. For sake. Yeah, rumors are that that there is a 3080 Ti coming out, but I'm not sure how. What the hell? I'm not sure how much faith to put in those. Oh my god, what is going on here? Um, yeah, I'm not sure what to think about that. I mean, it wouldn't surprise me at all if that was the case. Okay, just juggling things around. The only problem with them bringing out the 3080 Ti is it's a very difficult thing to position because there isn't a lot between the 3080 and the 3090. Although, to be fair, once I cooled down the 3090, it's a lot faster um, than it's kind of been reviewed at. But still, stock wise on stock coolers, there doesn't seem to be a lot of room to fit one in there, and they've got to be careful. Um, and also bear in mind as well that the 6800 and 6900 from AMD, you've only had AMD sanctioned benchmark results at the moment. Oh, did I not get a high score then? Fair enough. Um, so you can't really make a comparison yet. You need to wait until you see third party reviews because they're obviously going to sell things up a little bit. So it may not be as good as I mean it could be as they say it is, but there is a chance that it might not be as well. So Nvidia aren't going to release anything until those reviews come in. Finally, right. This is where we want to be. Okay, cool. So that's in place now. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to go and take a quick break. Then when I come back, we'll make that work. I can't believe that took me an hour to do. That's ridiculous. Um, yeah, I hope they come through as well. I mean, I'll be a bit gutted because I mean, 3090 is still going to beat their top end, but it's just by how much. Um, but I'm more interested not for this generation, for the next generation. Because if AMD do compete in this generation, then that means the next generation of cards should, in theory, be a lot cheaper. So, and yeah, AMD drivers, yeah, exactly. So that's one of the reasons I'm still wouldn't be that bothered if even if they matched it. So, um, and also you got to bear in mind as well that all their benchmarks that they've been doing have been without ray tracing as well. So you've got to take that into account. Ray tracing is starting to become very, very good. I mean, it's it's the games that I've tried with ray tracing recently have barely had any performance impact, and they've still managed to all do 4K over 60 frames per second. So with everything maxed out. All right, I'm going to take a quick break, guys. I shall be back in 2 or 3 minutes. I'll leave the quiz going. Right back. And I'm back. Yeah, there's a lot of reasons to stay away from AMD at the moment, but I like the fact that they're becoming more competitive. I mean, I've absolutely jumped ship on Intel now, and there's no way I'm going back to Intel until they sort their game out. I kind of hope AMD can do the same thing. We just need to know more about AMD's implementation of ray tracing at the moment. That's the thing for me that I think is going to be the winner for Nvidia. The fact that they can do ray tracing, and the fact that they can do DLSS. I want to see what AMD are offering in that space because DLSS is amazing. I mean, I can run. Uh, so without DLSS on, Death Stranding runs at around about 80 frames a second, 4K ultra settings. Death Stranding is a pretty good game to test this because it's got one of the best DLSS sample sets. With DLSS on, it goes up to about 130 frames a second. So I gain, well, I mean, what's that into? It's like 60, 70% performance. It's an insane amount. Um, so yeah, it's, and it actually, and the quality actually improves as well when that happens. Oh, what the? Did I just grab the overlay by mistake? I think I did. Yes, I did. Okay, there you go. AMD DLSS should be competitive. I think it'll be. Yeah, I think it'll be. I mean, it was a while before Nvidia's was up to speed, and you got to remember as well that the very nature of DLSS means that a game has to support it, and in order to support it, they have to send like 16K screenshots, um, samples of their entire game to Nvidia, or 8K. I can't remember what the resolution is. So Nvidia actually kind of own the kind of the quality of that. And I don't think AMD will do the same. I think AMD will go down their own route with a more generalized approach to it, um, which is going to have its advantages and disadvantages. The advantage being that it will work in every game, but the disadvantage being that it's probably not going to be as good as NVIDIA. Yeah, yeah, it is. Well, it's kind of it's even cleverer than that. They're basically they train the driver on these images, and then the driver contains hints basically to know how to upscale certain patterns of pixels, um, based on the training data from your game. Which is why the drivers are getting bigger and bigger as well. By the way, this is one of the reasons why, um, and they will continue to do so. But yeah, it's AI trained, AI trained upscale. It's clever. It is very clever, but I'm not sure if AMD is going to be able to keep up with that. Okay, so the next thing we need to do now is this is our player name entry routine. So now we're in here. We know we have a score that needs updating, and we have joystick. Or we at this point here we will have joystick control. So this is the index now. This is the index of letter to update. And now we're updating the letter directly in screen RAM here. So we need to do some rather annoying translation here, which is a little frustrating, if I'm honest. But it's fine. It's fine. We can do it. Good night, Quadrasaur. Some of our artist colleagues would have loved the LSS. Yes, yes, they would. Uh, but yeah, that's what I'm looking for when the reviews come out. Rasterization performance, I expect to be very close between the two sets of cards at the various price points. Um, to the point where I actually think even the high end AMD one, in terms of price price for the performance, I think the AMD one is going to actually end up being a better value for most things. But when it comes to ray tracing, I think we'll find that AMD either doesn't support it in many games, or when it does support it, it's not as good as Nvidia's. But I don't know. I hope I'm wrong. I hope I am wrong. I'll be gutted, but I hope I am wrong. Okay, so what do we need to do? Okay, first of all, we need to make sure that the joystick has been debounced. So we're going to put a debounce value up here. And I'm going to store 2 bytes in here. They're both going to be 0. Well, actually, they're going to be 1F, because this is our debounce value. And so the first thing we need to do is we need to make sure that this value is at 1F. So we need to load high score, debounce, comma, and X is our player index here. So we can load this, and we can compare this to 1F. If that is equal to 1F, then we can jump to skip because we don't need to do anything else. So we jump to here. However, if it's if it's not equal to 1F, we jump to skip. If it is equal to 1F, however, that means that the joystick was not moving on the last frame, so we can do something here. For someone that uses a DV to render user, I play all my games with DLSS and ray tracing on when I can, and there's more, and I buy games based on that as well. If I'm going to buy a game on any given day, and I'm torn between two games, if one has ray tracing and the other doesn't, then I'll go for the one with ray tracing. Um, so it definitely has its uses, and it looks freaking beautiful as well. Why not? You pay for the feature, exactly. Yeah. Okay. So if this value is 1F, then we can come to this bit. So we need to now check the joystick. Now, here's where I'm going to use the index again. This is why having player 1 set up on joystick 2 is a good thing, because joystick 2 is here, joystick 1 is here. So this is good because it means I don't have to invert the X or anything like that. Request keyboard entry. No, not with 2 players. 2 players can enter their high scores at the same time, so keyboard entry is not going to work here. Sorry. I have to agree with Hazemaker. Yes, it's not going to work though. 2 players, it's not going to work, because then you have to enter your high scores one at a time, and I don't want to. I don't want to do that. Um, I just want to keep it nice and simple. It's an arcade game. You didn't have a keyboard in the arcade. You're not going to have a keyboard for this either. Second keyboard option. Uh, I mean, maybe if there is space when we finish, we can add keyboard entry for player 1. Um, but I'm not in any hurry to do it. I don't. For me, I don't feel the need for it at all. Uh, okay, so we're going to load the value from here, and then we're going to store that straight away into our debounce. So that means now if the joystick is moved at any point, then this will no longer be 1F, and it will now then it will just keep waiting on the next frame to do that. But now we need to check for up and down and the fire button. Because it's stored here, we can just keep pulling it from here, which is fine. However, up and down, we can just shift the bits off this. So if we just shift this to the right, if the carry flag is set here, then we won't, and not up like that. I am going to put that in here. So we do something in here, then we jump to joy done. And we do something in here, and we jump to joy done. Actually, this is up down done rather than joy done, so we do want to test for the fire button as well. Which means I'd actually put that there. Okay. So here we just do shift off again, and if the carry is set here, then it's not down either. Just make that nice and neat. There we go. Where's my inputs? See, I wasn't keen on the flavour of this white wine at first, but it's not that bad. I'm going to open the red wine as well. So the red wine tonight is Pinot Noir, Grand Conseil, Conseil, or something, Conseil, Frenchy wine. A nice bottle, actually. It looks very light, though, as well. So, well, it's a Pinot Noir. I guess that's kind of to be expected. Conseilor. Yeah, Conseilor. Okay, so if we push up, then what do we need to do? Okay. Okay, so we've got a value. Okay, so we can basically just. I'm actually going to do this with loading, decreasing, and storing. The reason being is because I might need to do some checking of these values as they go in, as they go up and down. Um, so for instance, here I might do. And what this would do is it'd say, okay, is this a valid char? Have I reached a point where I need to wrap around, or do I need to jump to a space character, or so on and so on? So we can define the next character in the list easily this way. I'm going to blank it out though for now. I just want to put it in like this, and then here it will be add one here like so. Okay, cool. So just remind you, you've got about an hour, just over an hour, to enter the competition. We are up to 51 entries, it looks like, on this list. I need to check what it appears, just in case somebody's bought more than 3 tickets. But it looks like there's 51 tickets being entered into this. 50 tickets. Okay, so somebody's bought one more ticket than they needed to. Because I get all the ticket. Oh no, sorry. Oh yeah, there is probably somebody's probably bought one more ticket than they needed to. It's showing up as 50 on there and 51 in here. I could work it out, but I'm not gonna spend all my time trying to figure out who's bought one more ticket. Oh, it's Doxter. I can see it there. Doxter's bought 4. Oh well, you only get 3 entries though, unfortunately. And remember, you will need to be around in an hour's time to claim your prize as well. So make sure you are around at midnight. Cheat. Well, he loses the points. Unfortunately, there's no. He doesn't gain anything from it. So. Which is why it says 50 on the overlay, and only it's only 50 on the overlay, and says 51 in my list here. Okay, okay, let's just do this for now. So this should allow us just to increase and decrease one character. Actually, no, let's make it move on as well. So basically, this value here, if the fire button is pressed, then we're going to increment this value here. So we'll grab that value from the debounce again, because we stored it in the debounce, and it with 1 0. And if that is not equal, then obviously we are not pressing fire. However, if we are pressing fire, then we're going to increment this value here. And I'm going to do the same again here, because I need to make sure it stops when it gets 8. And then I think the other thing I probably need to do here so we're increasing the position, then we're also going to take the value E6 and store it in our high score entry on the screen. So the final thing that we'll need to do here is, if we have entered all 8 chars, then copy name into memory table, because at the moment this is just editing in the screen. I'll just put that as a kind of to-do. That's going to be the next thing. I think he said he did it accidentally. Yeah, no, I mean, no problem. It happens. I just want to confirm to everybody that it doesn't mean he'll get an extra entry. It's automatic. The 3 entry rule automatically managed. Oh, god damn it! I died before I got high score. Was that a really fast one? Bubble bobble. I imagine somebody got that really quickly. I didn't see how fast that was. I imagine it was quick though. Okay, cool. Okay, so it's not letting me enter a high score here. It's not advancing either. Just makes us think the debounce isn't working properly here. Okay, that's fine. So let's have a look. So it comes into here. High score debounce from X. Okay, compare with 1F. If it's not equal to 1F, it jumps to skip. Both if it is equal, then it comes to here. So let's stick a break in there, make sure that's happening. What's the status of all the screenshots being added to the database? It's going to be the end of this year. I'm still trying to find a good collection of them. I'm currently exploring the idea of using a RetroPie, a large RetroPie image, because they tend to have screenshots in them, as a way of getting these, and then deciding on what platforms to do. Oh damn it! I've already got 650. All right, just die here. But yeah, I'm going to do it. So at the end of this year, I'm going to end this current season of the quiz. I don't know what I'm going to do for the winner. Probably a game or something. There'll be a little prize, I think, for the winner. I'm not sure what it will be. Um, and then it's okay. Hang on. What is the accumulator at this point? FF. Okay, I found the problem. Um, we just need to end it with this, otherwise it's going to store FF in there all the time. I'm going to fail. So this should work out. Yeah, and then in the new year, I'll start a new quiz with the other platforms in as well. I haven't even begun to look at them yet, but I'm toying, like I say, I'm toying with the idea of using a RetroPie image to get those screenshots. Because the hard thing is going through and picking them, whereas the RetroPie images tend to have curated lists of games and stuff. So unlike the C64, where I had 30,000 games, I had to pick a couple of hundred out of them. Oh shit! I should have really got myself killed there, but never mind. The RetroPie image hopefully will have them already kind of done for me, and then it's just a matter of just double checking the names are correct and adding any additional spellings or versions of the name. Okay, it's only letting me do one and then it's stopping. Okay, just a look why that might be happening. Oh, okay, because we've stored it here. Okay, so this should be the other way around. The debounce is wrong. Okay, so do joy will be here. Uh, Actually, this is kind of the same. It's a bit annoying, but if you keep the vote data, you can analyze how well known the game. Yeah, I'm considering doing some enhancements to it as well for the next round. At the moment, this is all just done in local storage, but I'm considering just dropping a Mongo database in somewhere and actually storing the results and the times and things because high scores for fastest answer of the night and things like that could be a nice thing to add in. So yeah, there's a few things I wanna do here. Okay, this is kind of working now. Obviously, when it gets to the end, it starts just going round again. So this is where we need to make some slight adjustments. Uh, but this is easy enough to do. So first of all, I need to figure out when you press fire, it's just going to go like this. But say you want put a load of spaces in, you kind of want space to be the next one above here. So instead of numbers, you want the numbers to be at the end. So that's what we'll do now. We'll get the list to work the right way around. Okay, which is where this verify char is going to come in. So verify char's job is basically going to be to take the value in the accumulator and change it um, if it's at certain points. Some games let you put a heart in the score. Yeah, I mean, it's a possibility we could put some extra characters in. The problem is at the moment I'm just using this character set here. I could probably squeeze some more in here. Thanks for the bits, Nivrig. Thank you very much. Cheers. Probably squeeze a few in here. Yeah, I might actually do that in a minute. No space. Yeah, I mean, the other thing is as well is I've expanded it to eight letters. If it was 3 letters, I wouldn't bother putting a space in it. But the reason I'm going to allow a space is because I've allowed 8 characters as well instead of uh, oh, I see. Never mind. Never mind. Ignore me. But it applies to the high scores as well. I'm pretty sure they didn't have spaces, did they? It was dots and dashes and letters and numbers. But yeah, I see what you're saying. Never mind. Okay, so the job of this function is going to be to take a character number that we've moved to. So our range of characters go from uh, space, which is db. So I'm just going to write these here. Oops. This is basically going to allow us to reorganize um, uh, for the spectrum of Shortwin. Thanks for the bits, Cosmin. And then we go from DC to E5. Uh, which are numbers, and then we go from E6 to FF, which are letters. So what does this mean? This means if you're moving up and down when you hit certain boundaries. So if you hit E5, you've basically gone from, well, let's put the numbers in. So what I'm proposing is I'll use underscore for space. What I was proposing is underscore, then A, B, C, D, E, F, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, W, X, Y, Z, and then numbers. So that's what I'm proposing. But currently, these are here. And so that's what this function is going to do. This function is going to take certain characters and return different characters. So actually, I can do it all here like this. Okay, so we need to make sure that if we go from space down, we appear at the end of the numbers. So that means if we're on space, which is dB, and we go down, we're going to be on DA. And so end of numbers is E5. Cool. Likewise, if we're on the space and we move upwards, so if we go to DC, there's just lots of these basically. If we go to DC, instead of going to the beginning of the numbers, we go to the beginning of the letters instead. Okay, so then if we're on the last letter and we go down, so if we're on E5, we need to go to space. Likewise, if we're on the last letter and we go up, so the last letter is F, so if we go up, it'd be 0. We go to the start of the numbers, so it's DC. DS9, I like DS9. It's one of those kind of quite underrated Star Trek shows, and I thought it was really good. I liked it. So if we're on the numbers and we go down, so if we go to DB, then we go to the end of the letters, which is FF. Likewise, if we're on the last number, we go up, E6, then we go to space to dB. Six. Okay, cool. That should, in theory, give us that order that we want. And then all we need to do is all we want to do is convert it when we're finished. Nice stuff from for DS9. I've seen one episode of anything other than Next Generation. Now I'm paranoid that they were all good. I just missed them because they didn't have Sir Patrick. I like all of those. I did like, yeah, I like them all. I probably slightly prefer Voyager than all of them. I don't know why. I think it's just because it was the first one I really watched when I was old enough to understand it a little bit more. So I kind of got into. Oh, really? The Orville is coming back. I was beginning to think they'd cancelled that. The new Discovery is really good, actually. The new season of Discovery is very different. They obviously kicked the writers and producers into touch and said, look, this is just not Star Trek, sort it out, and they have sorted it out. And I liked it before anyway, but it's actually pretty damn good now. New Discovery is trash. I like the third season. I really like it. Why don't you like it? I think it's much better. It's much more like the classic. Oh, hey, oh, it did go. Okay, sorry. Oh, it didn't. It skips. Okay, we're going up through the numbers. Skips one. Uh, well, they've kind of jumped into the future. So in season three, so they don't really have to obey any Star Trek canon that much, really. Um, I think they've done a good job of it myself. I think it's done really well. Why is that number not working? So when I push up through the numbers, I get to 8, E4, and then E5, and then it fails. Okay, let's do that again because it doesn't seem to be right. I really like the third season of Screw. I think it's pretty good. I'm looking forward to seeing more of it. As soon as it comes out, I watch it. Which I always did before then as well, but I'm really extra excited about it now. Okay, so if I go that way, it's fine. But if I go this way, it skips. So if I go up through the numbers, gets to 8 and then skips. Well, why is that? So 8 is E4, so it means it's getting to E5 and then it's skipping and jumping straight to here. Uh, oh, E5. Okay. Because if I come from A and I go down, oh fuck, that's annoying. Shit, that's annoying. There would be one place where it breaks. Okay. Okay, tell you what we're going to do. Tell you what we're going to do. We're going to verify chart up and verify chart down as well. Uh, that's going to fix this. Uh, so this is subtracting one, so it should be down. It should be up, even though it's in the up. Okay, doesn't make any sense which way around I've got those, but never mind. So this is when we're increasing a value. So if I'm increasing from space here, I go to DC, which is this one, okay? Which means I should go to that number. Okay, cool. Which means the next break is here. So if I increase from the letter to 0, 0, should go to DC, and then the numbers is E5 to E6. Okay, so going the other way, if I'm on space and I go down, then it's DA, and that means the last number is E5. If I'm on letters and I'm on E6 and I go down, that means I become E5, and I want to become DB. And if I'm on the numbers and I go down, first number is DC, so if I go down, it's DB, and that would be FF here. The car was okay, apart from the bit where I has to run, it's totally exhausted, yeah. Yeah, the card was kind of funny. Uh, uh, I think my view is probably tainted. I think I just like Star Trek enough to enjoy all Star Trek, and not enough that if they destroy canon, it doesn't bother me. If that makes sense. Okay, that seems to be fine now. Just make sure it goes from 0 to Z backwards. Yeah, okay. Cool. So if I was to enter a value now, I could just do spaces like that. Ah, we don't have a backwards, so probably pulling the joystick to the left should delete as well. So let's do that. So we can do that here as well. Um, so fire should be checkable, but not the left, I think, here. I think it would be crazy to do both, so that should be fine like that. So we're checking to see if we're pulling to the left, and if we are pulling to the left, then we'll decrease the value. And the way we're going to do this is we're going to, but first of all, fill this in with a blank. So we're going to load this value with, what was it, DB, store that value there. And then we're going to go back a character. So, oh, we can only do this as well if this value is less than 0, is more than 0. And then I think the last thing we'll do is we'll make that character flash, the character that it's displaying, we'll make that flash at that point. Just it's obvious where you're actually doing some stuff. Enterprise is really nice. I like the idea until they destroyed it. Yeah, there's indie kind of ruined it. Enterprise was nice. I did like that. Um, I think honestly, I think the thing they ruined Enterprise with was using a well-known actor as the captain. I think that was a bad idea. That's kind of what you don't do. It Star Trek should always be kind of new series should always be somebody completely unknown. I just couldn't see anybody but Sam from Quantum Leap, so that's what ruined it a little bit for me. But I thought the storyline was pretty cool. Oh, I didn't mean to complete the level. I meant to get a high score. Patrick as well. I wouldn't say he was that well known. Oh, no, it's not doing that. Oh, because if I damn it. CA65. No, this is Kick Assembler, not CA65. Uh, so this should be fire here like that. There we go. Ah, there you go. Yeah, he did play the role really well, but the problem is he when I saw him, I could think of anything other than Quantum Leap. So um, and yeah, I mean maybe people knew Patrick Stewart from other things, but I didn't when I saw it. That was the first time I'd seen him, so for me it was um, yeah, yeah. Quantum Leap was amazing. Okay, cool. So we can enter and we can go back. So all I need to do now is make the current editing character flash a little bit. It can flash quick, it can flash slow. It doesn't really matter. It just needs to flash, and we'll do that here, I guess. And I'm going to do this sneaker. I'm just going to use color, I think, for this. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to store this set. Open another layout. I'm going to take a short break after I get this flash working. Probably start on the red wine soon. Coral Elite was great, so they couldn't think of an name and just said God did it. Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, sometimes these shows cop out massively, don't they? And I think that's one of them. Okay, so I'm just gonna store color value as well, um, because this is just going to allow me to flash the color instead here. But what I do need to do is load, uh, and then here what I can do, you see, is then go, okay, um, what was it called? Is it just called ZB counter? There we go. If I end this with '07, haha, this is sneaky, you see. What I'll get is either yellow, I'll either get 7 or 0. I will get 7 for 8 frames and then 0 for 8 frames. So then I can store that at high score entry color, comma Y, and it should make that one flash. Now, the only thing I do need to make sure I do is when we advance to the next character or go back a character. So here, basically, need to make sure that is stored here. And likewise, if we go back a character as well, just need to make sure that stays as 0 there. Okay, here we go. We've got a relative jump address. Okay. Oh my God, more 77. Okay, I'm gonna have to change this one up here. Oh. Okay, let's see if we can quickly get a high score. There we go. Need to check 2 players as well in a minute, but I'll do that after I've had a break. But I think this should be right now. Okay, well it's kind of flashing crazy, but we can sort that out in a minute. But it does indeed seem to be working, even if the colours are wrong. Let's quickly sort that colour out. Can both players enter their score at the same time? Yes, they can. That's the whole point of this. Yeah, yeah. Enter their name at the same time. Yeah. Oh, and damn, this isn't going to work, is it? It's going to give me. It's not going to give me yellow. Okay, so do I have enough levels yet? No, no, that's going to be next. So, what do you think? Macros or subroutines? Uh, for what? I don't know what you're on about there. Okay, so if I load that, I have 8 or 0. This is kind of almost right. So I'm just going to do kind of work. GBC version of pick and mix when never, 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 never. Yeah, really, it's just levels that are going to be outstanding. We need to do the intro. We need to do some testing as well, but it's very, very close now. There we go. So now it's flashing. So now should be able to enter. Okay. Now when it gets to the end, it's going to go on to the next row, I'd imagine. No, it's not. It's going to carry on. Okay, so we need to make it stop when it gets to the end here. So instead of flashing there, it just needs to, that score needs to have been entered. And if both players have entered, then it will finish. I need to check 2 players. So I'm going to take a quick break. When I come back, we'll get this white wine finished. One more glass after this glass. And we'll finish off this high score stuff here. When is the draw? The draw is in 25 minutes. Yeah. Has anyone made a level and tested it out with the current code? No, but I haven't done any changes to it. But what I might do is sometime this week, I will probably do a new build of the editor. I will just go through making a level again, and just release another version of the editor, just with the latest code in it. Just so you guys can test it. Oh, is that gonna? That might not work actually. That might not work because of the compression stuff. So I'm not gonna. The thing is the levels work. So there isn't really any need for me to do that. You should be able to test. Just use the latest version, and you should be fine. Side with W. I think spec comes to had a fit halfway through that. All right, I'll be back in 5 minutes, guys. Be right back. Press the right. And I'm back. I pressed the right button. Yeah, I got all confused then. Buttons all over the show. Okay, so first thing I want to do is check 2 players. It should be absolutely fine, but I just want to double check anyway. Which does mean I need to get 2 scores over 500. Okay. Preferably without dying. So this is going to be fun. Okay, 450. 700. Okay. 350. Oh, God's sake. Trying to control 2 at the same time is quite difficult. Player 2 should get the exit bonus. Crack out. Player 1 wins the race. Yeah, player 1, not player 2. Okay, definitely got some high scores there. All right. So let's have a look. So first of all, let's make sure that the scores are right. 600 and 800. Okay. And yeah, player 1 can properly edit the score. Yeah. And player 2 can edit theirs down here. Perfect. Okay, so the 2-player entry is working now. So next step is to prevent the count from going off the end here. So if that count has reached 8, then we've fully entered our high scores. So that should be quite easy to do. Do we have a high score? No, we jump to skip. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to create high score still to enter. This is just going to be a very temporary variable. Basically, I could do that here actually. And what's going to happen is anytime we do have a high score and we're in the position where we can enter it, so this entry index here, which actually I need to grab it up here before we do any of this stuff. Actually, it doesn't matter. Do it here. Okay. So we compare y to 8 here. if y is 8, then obviously we can't enter any more scores. Otherwise, if it's less than 8, so if it's less than 8, we jump to here. If it's more than 8, then we come to here. And at this point here, we'll increment high score still to enter. Jump to skip here. I could probably do that without a jump there, but I'm pretty sure this is quite a long loop already. Then at the end here, what we can do is we now have this value set. In fact, it wouldn't be in here. So what we were doing, where was it? In here. High score entry index. Okay. We just need to set these to negative values and then we'll exit the game over check. Okay. That's easy enough to do. So here, actually, we don't even need that then in that case. What we can do here instead, instead of doing all this crap here, actually, yeah, we would, yeah, so instead of incrementing that value there, we would just take the value ff, store that there. And then that should, in theory, prevent this check from passing and coming to player name entry. Instead, we would come into this section and we check for being exited here. So then the only other thing that's going to remain is to copy these into the table properly, as you'll see at the moment. Thanks for the bits, Gareth. Appreciated. Get rid of that one there now. Okay, so what this is going to do, this is going to allow us to enter 2 scores. And when both scores have been entered, so I'm going to have to do this again, which is, in fact, I can just do it with 1 and then get to the, yeah, if I do it with 1 and then get to the high score to the door before the other one. Oh, shit. I don't think that's going to be enough, is it? I don't know. I have no idea what the other player scored there. Hopefully it was enough to get into the high score table. Yeah, high score tables are easy. The only reason it's taking so long is because I'm trying to do it in a kind of slightly crazy way, which I probably shouldn't have done with regards to entry. But it is, I mean, it is almost done anyway. So yeah, there we go. Cool. All right, so they're easy. There's still a lot to do in them. You've still got a lot of edge cases to take account of. So while they are easy, you do still need to be careful. There we go. So, and see that now I've gone to the end, I can't delete. So as soon as you press on the last one, that's fine. So that's locked in place, but we still need to enter a score for this guy. So as soon as I do that, okay, it jumps back to it. Now the reason it's gone correctly to the main title screen, but the reason why these scores are here is because we're now not copying that score from this location to the other location. So that's the final step, which is this bit here. And then we're done with the high scores. We've got 12 minutes. Let's see if I can do this in 12 minutes before the draw. This is your last chance to buy tickets, really. I'm sure everybody who wanted to buy them has already bought them, so um, and hopefully it all goes to plan. I remember to put the right prize in the overlay up at the top um, today, rather than have it say Raspberry Pi C64. How many people have got? 23 people have entered. Okay, that's cool. Have you shown the fancy blue specky on camera? Yeah, I've shown it a few times. I'll show it again there. There you go. That's what you stand to win on this stream. This is not sticking down very well, so I'm probably gonna. It's stuck to the it's stuck to the mat all right. It's just not stuck to the plastic very well. So I'll probably drop a tiny blob of glue under those corners just to hold it down. But yeah, that's what we stand to win. It's got the Pi Zero and it's got the little two switches on the back. I do need to write up some simple documentation just to explain what each of these ports are, because there is nothing to explain that. So I'll explain what the buttons do and what the ports do. But yeah, and it comes with the power supply, UK power supply. So if you aren't in the UK, you will need to get an adapter or just use another USB-C charger for it. It's just a standard USB-C charger, but with about yeah. Why are those? What the emotes are broken for some reason. Let me restart the chat box. Maybe it's the chat box. Oh, I don't know if it's. Overlay request a timer like the quiz in the right hand corner with a countdown until the drawing. Yeah, I could do that in the top panel. Um, Twitch problem. So it's happening across Twitch at the moment. Okay. Yeah, I can see there. I do need to. It's not sticking down properly all over the show. So I will try and sort that before I send this out to whoever wins it. Because it should be stuck down properly. I mean, it's not bad at all, but I just don't like the fact that you can pull it up a little bit. So, okay. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, so we need to copy the name. So at this point here, we know we have a name in the table, but we need to copy it. And so the way we're going to do that is really simple. We are going to take y as 0. So we've got another loop here. And we are basically taking this value here, doing some change to it. So and that needs to go actually into the high score table now. So I'm going to use high score RAM entry as the point to do this. And that's basically this value here. So where we were doing that high score name data stuff down here, whatever it was, I completely forgot where it was there. Yeah, I basically need to do the same thing there. So I said it won't be high score name data, it'll be this one. We need to pre-calculate this value as well. Okay, so actually, Fucking Christmas mix. Jesus, these for steps. Okay, so I need what do I need? I need the high score position. That's the one I need. And multiply it by 8. Add the lower point here. Store that at here. And what that's going to do is just going to make sure that we set this up as our RAM entry, and this is the actual entry that's on the screen. This is not going to do anything for now. Actually, we might as well do this. It's going to be pretty quick to do. So we can do it in 6 minutes. So what this needs to do, this needs to shift these values to be these values. Oh, actually, no. All we need to do, don't need to do any of that. We just need to subtract the 5 from it, I believe, is the thing to do here. It's the reverse of displaying it, so it should hopefully work. Let's try it out. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to do it with 1 player. I don't need to do it on 2 players here. And what I'm looking to do now is put one of each kind of type of character in there. So a letter, a number, and a space, and then it doesn't matter for the rest of it. And hopefully it displays the same. So let's put a couple of letters in, a couple of characters, space and a character. And it didn't do it. Okay, see, it didn't copy it properly here. So let's check that. If we've entered all 8 characters, okay, so we are not actually checking here if we have. Let's just put a breakpoint in here to make sure that's actually happening. This might be something I have to finish after the. Oh wait, Windows shows the time in the. Oh no, Slicks is an awesome game. I think that's my favorite racing game actually on the Commodore. Because it's micro machines by the same people, and it's freaking great. I loved it. I never had the full game as well. I only had the demo that came in Commodore format, and I played it to death. It's really good. It's very unforgiving though. So oh god, damn it, I should have died. Never mind. It's very unforgiving. So you have to kind of learn the track, but once you learn the track, it's quite easy. Screen was bigger or the car smaller. Yeah, the screen was a little bit small. It's all about learning the track, so I think. Yeah, reaction wise, it's tricky. All right, let's just try putting anything in for now. Actually, there we go. Okay, so it definitely gets to there. Oh, then it resets. As soon as I press fire, it resets. So it's like it's not storing that value properly. Okay, I'll continue this again in a minute, I think. Let's see you get a load of super sprint on the Amiga. Yeah, exactly. If you know the tracks, then you can kind of go around it really quickly. Um, and then actually the difficult thing becomes avoiding the other cars because they slow you down. Okay. Just catching up a little with the chat. Okay, well we'll do the giveaway in a few minutes. So I'll just read some chat for a second. What's the prize for second place in the quiz when it's over? Um, a feeling of disappointment and almost being good enough. That's your prize. Uh, Christmas music for draw. Christmas music for draw. What do you mean? Oh, Hayes is storming off now. Yeah, you're gonna have to up your game a little bit. No, I'm going to pause the music for the draw. So I'm going to do the draw any second now. So um, last chance. I'll give you another 30 seconds to buy tickets if anybody needs to buy tickets. Uh, okay, let me just find where's the rewards gone. There we are. Okay, closing the entries now. So what have we got? We've got 56 entries by the looks of things. Let me pause the music. Okay, good luck, everybody. Let me get a wine. I need a glass of wine ready for this. So this is our fourth, I believe, prize draw. And in a few minutes, a few seconds even, somebody will win this. So I hope everybody's ready. I hope everybody's been to the toilet and stuff because when your name comes up, you've got about 5 minutes um, to answer the call um, before you can be awarded it. Okay, let's give this a try. Hopefully, fingers crossed, this all works again. I haven't touched it since last time, so fingers crossed. Good luck, everybody. Okay, it's good. I see names going around. Fistmaster 2K, 2K4. Well done. You are the proud owner. There you go. Any answers as well. Good, good, quick answer. So cool. You're the proud owner of Spectrum 48K in blue with a Pi Zero shoved inside it. Um, Congratulations, dude. Speak to me on Discord whenever you get the chance, just through private message to give me your postal details, and I'll get it posted out to you before the end of the week. It'll be on a collection, so I'll probably do like a DPD. Whereabouts are you, Fistmaster? Just so I can ask, so I know which kind of service to go with. I assume you're UK, aren't you? So uh, Northeast UK. Okay, cool. Yeah, it'll be DPD or something then. Uh, Something I should have entered so I could burn it on YouTube. Oh man. All right, let me turn the giveaway. Well done, Fistmaster. Cool. All right. Let's resume the music. Cool. Way. Cheers, dude. So what's the story behind the name? I don't want to know. No, please don't tell us that story. All right, so I'm not gonna recount it. Yeah, it's obvious recount irregularities there. So what the other 23 entrants need to do now is deny that they've lost. Um, Deny that they've lost and just keep claiming that you've won. Um, oh, it's a doorman, nothing to do with bombs and things. Yeah, cool. Cool, awesome. So I'm always pleased when I give these things away. It's a nice feeling. Um, I'm having a press conference in front of a garden centre right now. We never lost. We'll be suing in every state that Fistmaster won. Take it. Cool. Anyway, congratulations, Fistmaster. It is a really nice piece of kit, to be honest. Um, yeah, um, perfect. If you just want to test out a couple of Spectrum games, absolutely perfect. And well, I mean, you can develop on it as well if you want to. So it's fully working. So, or you could install a Commodore 64 emulator on it and have a Commodore 64 inside a Spectrum case just to piss off the Spectrum people. Oh, Soldatic Attack and then Vice, yeah. Yeah. Are we sure Fistmaster is alive? Yes. He's voting from beyond the grave. I'm just trying to figure out how easy it is to get. Yeah, it might not be that easy to get the SD card out, but you should be able to access it through SSH and stuff. So, um, no, it doesn't have function keys. But what it does, there is a button on the back here. Can't remember which one it is. I'll create some documentation for it. So I've added these two buttons. One is a reset button, and the other one is a function toggle. So it acts kind of like the FN key on keyboards. When you press it once, it puts the keyboard into function mode, and it makes these first four buttons F1 to 4, and it makes these ones arrow keys. The arrow keys are marked on the overlay as well, so you do get some function keys, but you have to use the function toggle. But I'll document that on the documentation that I sent you as well. I blew that right at the camera, didn't I? Sorry. Okay, so we're getting into this position here. Just to carry on with this now. A Tony Fistmaster died in Wisconsin in 1938. Must be him. Fix. Oh God. Do you know what would have been perfect if we had a Russian bot invasion at the same time? Then you could all claim Russian interference. Very good, very good. Thank you, Steps, for the bits. Appreciated, man. Okay, right. So we can enter a score. We hit this point, but for some reason it's not copying that value. Oh, of course it's not copying it because we're only doing the first one here. We did the first one and then we ignored the rest. So of course it's not going to. Okay, that should fix that. I assume that's this. Yeah, it is cool. Cool. Thanks, Fistmaster. Yeah, like I said, I will get that posted to you probably. I'll probably arrange the collection for Thursday, Friday. I need to set the joystick up for it. And I'm gonna give it a once over, just make sure everything's fine on it. And then I'll ship it to you by the end of the week. So you should should maybe, you might get it at the weekend. It may be like Monday. Uh, oh God, I can't even hit one of them there. There we go. There we go. Right. So now it should actually remember the name. So I'm going to put there we go. ABBA. ABBA has won. Hey, there we go. And the high score is saved in the table now. Sweet. So that's high scores done. The other thing I want to do is just we may as well start putting these names in now. I think I'm going to lock the names in now tonight. So whatever your position is tonight in this high score table, that is it means you're going to be in the high score list here. I'm going to lock that in tonight. So I'm going to go through as I add people's names in. I'm going to put your name in. If you want your name changing slightly, I still want it to be recognizable as your name, but sometimes your name may be too long or whatever to fit. Let me know what you would prefer, and I will put that in. So the first one is Hayes, which is obviously not going to fit in here. So that's what I can fit. So let me know, Hayes, if you want that to be the name in the high score table, or if you want it to be changed. It could just be Hayes as well, I guess. Hayes, mate. Okay, cool. That's what's in there. If it's 8, yep, it is. Steps is next, I guess, unless that's drastically changed. So that would be that. SP175. I don't know how much of this is gonna I'm gonna have to do some testing for these characters as well. I think there may have to be some more adjustment to these characters a little bit. The initial values I can kind of hack in. Once the score's going, it's fine. Oh, you guys. Eldritch, I think that fits actually. It does. Awesome. Proud 7, that fits. Mr. G 8472. Do you want is Mr. G around? I think I've seen him tonight. Do you want Mr. G or I was going to say, do you want Morgan? Yeah. And then I think it's Andy K. Or was it Aknafin? It might have been Aknafin next. I can't remember. Just waiting for the quiz lead to go up. Well, either way, one of them is Andy, one of them is Aknafin, so I just need to rearrange these. Now, I have a funny feeling I can't just do this. I think I need to add spaces in individually. Yeah, okay, it's the other way around. There we go. So I have a funny feeling numbers are not going to work without me putting these in individually, and spaces are not going to work. So I'm going to have to add these in separately. Um, uh, I need to think about this now. I already have it here. Yeah, F6. Okay, so F6 is spaces. So 3 there as well. So this is a little bit annoying, but oops. So 3 spaces, 3 spaces, 3 spaces, 2 spaces, 1 space, and 5 spaces. So the other thing is numbers. Numbers are not going to work as well. And that's because we add E5 to the value, and the value here is E3. So this needs to be, well, this would be 0 FF FE, okay. Which means this one, 175, would be something FE something, which would be FC, and this would be FA. Yeah, okay. Thank you for the follow, Cyber Whiskey. Welcome to the stream. Okay, I think that's right. Let's give that a try. Hopefully we should have that in the high scores. Perfect. We have them all in the high scores now. Awesome. Scores wise, I'll work out what decent values are in here. I mean, obviously 100 is a bit too low because that means basically if anybody just kind of breathes, they're going to be Andy's high score. So let's adjust those at a later date. I'm not going to do it right now. But we shall put that to investigate. Okay, almost up to the red wine, which is good. I'm shit at games, so that sounds fair. Yeah, I need to think about the high scores. I think there needs to be a kind of relatively decent score to get into the high score table. Maybe 10,000 or something. Let's have a look actually what we've got in the scores. So this is the scores at the moment. I would say that should be like the minimum to get into the high score table. And then maybe like this. That's too regular for my liking. There, that makes more sense, I think. We need to see how hard those scores are to beat. I would imagine 250,000 is quite a hard score to beat. When you consider, let's have a go. Let's see how much I can get on one level. Right. So if I just ABBA, is that because I typed ABBA in the high scores? Okay, so 3 enemies on my own on a level got me 1350. That's without colouring the floor. And then I got tagged areas and enemies. And so I got 1750. But so I got about 3,000 for one level. But in 2-player mode, that's going to be quite different because you're going to get points for colouring the floor and then absorbing on it. Plus bonus points for going through the gate first, finishing with a crown and stuff. However, the idea of the extra bonus for playing in 2-player is that you would theoretically get less points over time in 2-player. Also, if I was to colour the floor, I'd get way more points. So I'm going to get extra points now for colouring the floor. Yeah, okay, that seems about right, I think. Good night, Gareth. Thanks for joining. I only have 3 mobs on this level. I think I had it spawning 5. Yeah, I have made some small changes just while I'm just while I'm editing. I am going to go back through the levels one at a time at some point. I do need to start asking you guys to, well, two things. Firstly, to create some levels. I guess next week we should probably do the intro stuff next week, but we can start looking at testing this very soon. I'm not gonna show every level on stream, and the reason I want to do that is to um, maintain some secrecy from the GitHub to allow um, the game to be released without a preview version suddenly coming out with all the before it's ready. So there's that. And the other thing is I need to ask for maybe 2 or 3 people who are willing to test this. And testing will be fairly involved. I mean, you're going to have to go through each level, test it out, probably rank it based on difficulty. We'll maybe give it like a percentage value. So 0 being the easiest, 100% being the hardest, and we'll use the average over a few people to work out which levels go in which order. Yeah, maybe test on real hardware. I haven't done any NTSC tests for a while, actually. Let's give that a quick try, actually. There probably are going to be some small issues in NTSC mode, but maybe we can do that over one. Oh yeah, see, look, there's issues with the timing on this. Let's have a look what it's like in game. Okay, so game isn't too bad. I mean, it's quicker. Actually, game seems to be fine. Let's get both characters in. Yeah, okay, so okay, so there's probably a little bit we need to do to get it to work in NTSC, but not an awful lot. Looks like it's just some timing related to the transitions. Yeah, it's just the timing around this thing. Yeah, okay, cool. Side wrapping is good. Yeah, need to fix a bit. Yeah, there's a few places that we need to tweak. This is why I want people to supply me the actual project files. So when you send the so there is a room in the Discord, which I'll link to the Discord now. There is a room in the Discord called Pick a Mix Editor. There are some messages pinned to that room that have the editor and a file that you can run in Vice as long as you've got Vice set up correctly. When you make a level, test it out, make sure everything works correctly. I don't think there's any screen wrapping in the version. I might try and make a version of this work with the new editor because I can't remember if screen wrapping is in the editor version or not. But that's one thing we'll be testing for, and so those people who test this, I will ask that you first of all keep it to yourself. Don't share it with anybody else because obviously we want to avoid this ending up on CSDB before it's ready. But it will be a case of going through the levels. The levels we'll have a couple of versions. I'll release a new version every now and again for the testers. We'll have a little secret room that we can use in the Discord, and basically you will test a few levels. We'll probably have a level skip button in so you can quickly get to the next level. And then when you finish the level and you feel happy enough to judge it, you can add a difficulty, and there'll be some comments as well. So you'll be able to add some extra comments in there. Thank you, word power down system. I'm going to call you power down. I'll call you. There you go. Thanks for joining power down. So yeah, the version I give you will be a PRG. You will be able to test it on real hardware. I will do a compressed PRG as well, so you can use it on real hardware. So yes, please run it on real hardware. Please do test levels with both player 1 and player 2 if you can. If you do have someone who you can play it with, playing it in 2 players would be great. I think I would like to do. Oh, Chronos. Failed to get the current song. Oh yeah, I'm not using Stream Elements queues. It's my own. It's my own thing. So no question about power supply. There was a power outage where it told me it went terror. That's not my motherboard died, so I'm plug and replug code connecting PSU to motherboard, and it turns on now. Does this mean my power supply dying because it was fixed by replugging that cord? Um, I mean that's kind of off topic, but I'll answer it anyway. Because it's kind of my thing. So power supplies do have regular regulators and over voltage and surge protection. They have lots and lots of stuff inside them, depending on how expensive the power supply was when you bought it. The more expensive ones have even more. It's perfectly possible that the power supply was in a protection state during the power cut, and it protected itself. And at that point, it has to basically it has to discharge fully, and sometimes that can take 2 or 3 minutes. I had a power supply that used to do the same thing. Um, it was a Corsair power supply, and basically, if you just turned it off instead of shutting the computer down, so if you just turned it off at the plug socket and then turned it back on again, it wouldn't work for about two. You had to leave it for about 2 or 3 minutes, and then it would work. Eventually, that power supply did die, so I would say it probably does mean it's on its way out. Power supplies generally last between about 5 and 10 years, depending on the make, and depending on how you treat them as well. Ideally, they're not supposed to be turned off at the wall until they've fully discharged. But I mean, everybody does that anyway, so that does kind of shorten the life a little bit. You'll know when you turn it on the wall, if if you hear like a pop sound when you turn it on, that means your caps are probably on their way out. So yeah, just be careful. Uh, yeah, so 1200 watt means you probably got a decent power supply, decent make. So killing the power at the wall without shutting. Yeah, you can. Oh, if it's bronze rating, then yeah, probably 7 years is probably its efficiency is probably dropped now beyond. It's probably not running anywhere near 1200 watts now. Um, it's probably down to around about 800 or 900 watts now, if anything, which is probably still more than. I mean, I'm running a 1600 watt power supply in mine. For well, it was for two 2080 Ti's and a PS4 Pro as well as the PC, and I still came running up to about 800 or 900 watts when all that was running at full pelt. So 1200 is definitely more than most people need. I don't need a 1200, and I've got a 1600. Um, okay, I'm feeling pretty confident with this. So it's looking pretty good. We do need to do some NTSC stuff. So maybe we can do that now actually and have a look at those transitions. So let's just start it up in NTSC mode and have a look at what's going on. Okay, so what we're getting is it seems like it's skipping one of the frames here. We can probably check this debugger actually, but yeah, why would this be different actually in NTSC? Okay, so let's run this in the debugger. I'm gonna have to switch the debugger into. Okay, so what's going on here? So if we pause one frame and stick a breakpoint at that point. I'm not sure if that's going to be the right place to do it, but let's just try it. No, this is obviously in a raster loop somewhere. Okay, let's just go through here. Intro loop is here. Update ready. Okay, let's find out where the IRQ is for this, because I think that's what we need here. We need the IRQ. Yeah, here we go. So we're in an IRQ here. So let's just scroll up to the top of this. Transition IRQ. So let's put a breakpoint here, and we can see what's happening on alternate frames then. So this is one frame. Actually, it's going one step at a time. You see it's doing correct, and then it's correcting itself, and then it gets down to the bottom, and it's like it skips a whole frame. I think I know what's going on. We're waiting for a value down at the bottom that just doesn't exist in NTSC. So if fishy smell, yeah, indeed, if you get like a weird fishy smell, then yeah, your apps have gone. I would definitely, with a bronze rated PSU, once it gets to about 5 years old, I would consider replacing it. Even if you're not having any problems with it, I would consider replacing it. I tend to only use platinum PSUs now for that very reason, because I had some bad experiences with bronze and silver rated PSUs. So I tend to use platinum ones now because they tend to use better quality parts and they tend to last a lot longer. And to be honest, they work more efficiently as well. You will use your power supply will be more efficient in that it will generate the wattage that you require and as less heat. So if you've got two 800-watt power supplies and you're running a system that's drawing 500 watts from that power supply, a platinum rated power supply will do that and run maybe 5-6 degrees cooler than the exact same make power supply, um, same range of power supply, but a bronze model. A bronze model will run hotter, and that's because it has to work harder because the components aren't as good and they're less efficient, so it has to work a lot harder to do it. And obviously, heat is a bad thing. Heat is the enemy of power supplies. Um, Always make sure your power supply is well ventilated as well. The number of power supplies I've seen where you've got a case, this is the bottom of your case. There's a vent here, right? And the amount of people I've seen that put their power supplies in facing the up instead, so it's drawing hot air from the case into the power supply and out instead of drawing it through the vent at the bottom. Or the people I've seen that do that should be doing that because there's no vent at the bottom. Sometimes you get cases that don't have a vent at the bottom, in which case you should be putting it that way, so at least it's drawing air. But I've seen people putting it flat against the metal and drawing no air, actually getting zero airflow into it. That's not good. So just be careful. PSU is definitely one of the main sources of failures in your computer, and if your power supply goes, you can get lots and lots of problems. Although to be honest, modern stuff is a lot better nowadays. Graphics cards are a little bit of an exception because they run directly from the PSU. The power supply cables run from the PSU, but the motherboard has pretty decent protection against things going wrong. But in some Dell Optiplex PCs, it would draw in cold air but blow hot air straight over some capacitors on the main board. Yeah. That's why I like water cooling. I'm not a big fan of trying to direct airflow over things. I think it's an art unto itself. I mean, it is a skill that is massively overlooked, and people don't realize how easy it is to create. You can put 20 fans on a case and still have something that just overheats because you don't understand um, things like case pressure, case static pressure, and airflow mechanics as well. Um, so I tend to do water cooling for everything because I find water cooling is much more forgiving. You just need to make sure you have enough heat dissipation from your radiators, but that's pretty easy to do as well. So this is the Pinot Noir. Hopefully this is quite nice. It's quite light coloured. I don't know if you can see that. No, it looks quite black on there. So yeah, exactly. If massive positive pressure is not a good thing, and same with massive negative pressure is not a good thing as well. Um, got water cooling here. Yeah, so I'm using two 480 millimeter radiators, um, but I have them arranged in quite a unique because of the way the case is. I've got a cavity in the back with space for a radiator on each side. So I have one pulling air in from the outside, blowing air across the cavity at the back through the other radiator and out the other side. So it acts as kind of a push-pull configuration without the actual radiators being push-pull. It's just one is push, one is pull, rather than them having two sets of fans on. Um, and it works really well. I mean, with the I've got a 3950X, which is water cooled, and the board is water cooled. The entire board is water cooled. It's a X570 Aqua limited edition board thing, and a 3090. And when they're both on full, absolutely on full, the graphics card rarely goes above about 45 degrees, and it's about the same for the 3950, and that's with everything maxed out. So that's in a game that's using 90% plus CPU. 90% plus GPU. So um, okay, let's have a look at this IRQ then. So we've got in. I guess it's this one, isn't it? Okay. So one of the IRQs in here, not the transition in. I hope this is easy enough to fix. I believe what's going on is one of them is leaking off the bottom, beyond what the NTSC can handle, although I'm not seeing it in here. This is interesting. So I'd expect it to be in this one where the problem is. I mean, if I load it up in here, uh, yeah, yeah, as Fistmaster says, you can use all-in-one units which will give you very close to custom water. In fact, sometimes better than custom water cooling. They are generally pretty good. Any of the high-end cores, like the H115i Pro, is pretty decent, um, and that's kind of recommended as a water cooler for the high-end the high-end the high-end Ryzen 9 chips. So if it can cool them, and this is, I mean, that Ryzen chip gets bloody hot, then it should be fine. Yeah, the Corsair H series are really good. I think the 115i Pro is the one that they recommend for the 3950 and above, like the new range. What's it? The 5900s, what are they called? Okay, so somewhere we're getting breakpoint, and it's going off the bottom here. If let me find that breakpoint again. No, not that one. It's not that one either, is it? I think it's that. There we go. Yeah, it seems to be in this one here. So this is triggered every frame. So sorry, not every frame, every raster split for the sprites, and you'll see that as we go down, that you will see it kind of reveal a little bit at a time. You see as it's showing, as we move down, it's showing and it's revealing here. So we can see the Y position that happens at here. But then it gets to the bottom here, and I think the problem is that value then becomes 35. And I don't think that is the right position because that should actually be down here. And I think that's the issue here. So it's now going back through this list again. And then it skips a whole frame before it starts again. Whereas it should be triggering down here, I think. Okay. So let's work out where that's happening. So side sprite positions. No, okay. Oh, maybe it is this. Okay, so no, so it would be in here. It's not set in D011 anywhere. That's what's confused in here. That was a joke about Simon talking about Solly here. I would definitely recommend water cooling. Like I say, if you're going for, like I said earlier, if you're going for a 3090 at any point, do not buy one that's cool unless you get the Founders Edition one, which does cool quite well. But I wouldn't go for any third-party one non-air cooling because you're just going to end up throttled all the time. I easily got like an extra 15% performance out of mine just by water cooling it. But I did have to desolder stuff off the board to do that. So, and I definitely wouldn't recommend that for most people. Um, it was a scary moment, that's for sure. Send to response. So yeah, it really does as well. Um, I do need to flush my loop at some point because I gave it a simple flushing, but I have a funny feeling my CPU block has got a bit of gunk in it, so the flow is not as high as it should be. It's not too bad though. But I went from a transparent fluid to an opaque one, so this time, so um, an opaque is a little bit thicker. They've got a little bit of kind of suspended particles in there, so. Do you know what? I didn't put a drain port on this one. This is the first time in a long time I haven't put a drain port on, and the reason I didn't put one on is because I have quick release valves. So in the back, so it's all hardline pipes in the front, but in the back it's all soft tubing. There's no need for me to put hard tubes in the back, so I just put soft tubes in the back, and it's all quick release valves. So all I do to drain it is I just unplug one of the pipes, and I've got a like a drain pipe that I use with a quick release on it. I just plug that in and it drains. So I don't even need a quick release. I don't even need a tap on it. So it makes it really, really easy to use. Opaque stuff tends to leave deposits in the channels. Yeah, it does. That's why I want to. I wanted to clean out my. So I mean, I don't think it's a problem because I had transparent stuff before that, but I like to. I do like to clean things out properly when I do it, and all I did was run it a little bit of white vinegar through it and some distilled water. Well, it should be all right, but yeah. Anyway, I mean, I could do a whole freaking I could do a whole channel and a whole stream, every week on water cooling and PCs, but fortunately I use that to do the streaming, so I don't know how it would work. I love that stuff. I'd love to do some videos of me doing the hard tubing. This one's been pretty easy because there's no bends in this. It's all done with fittings, but like when I do ones with bends and stuff, they're quite interesting. It's a fun thing to do. Okay, let's get back to this. Um, So what I'm looking for is a reason why when I get down to the bottom of the screen down here, see it's doing this one at a time, one at a time. And then here it's suddenly everything breaks because it kind of skips the next IRQ for some reason. And I'm not sure why. So I'm gonna have a look through here. You turn that breakpoint off and I'm going to move down this list instead. So what I'm looking for here is these bits here, which decide whether or not we jump to this location. So we'll do this here, or this here. They could just be changing this value here, but I just want to see what happens now. So what I'm looking for is the value that's in the accumulator when I hit these positions. So if I go through the screen, I can see the accumulator is pointing to where the next thing is. So it's on B1 now. You can see B2 is the next raster, C6, so this will be C7 or close to it. DB, DD, yeah. So see, it went to F2, and I don't know why it went to F2, but it's saying 00 now, and the raster is hitting at 36. So it's missing that 00 completely. And that's the problem. It's missing the 00. Okay, so let's have a look again. So we get to DB, F0, F2, 00. You can see 3. So I'm going to try changing this value here to see what happens. So that's this here. So let's just change this. Let's just move this forward like 8 pixels or something. Let's give this a try in here. Okay, it still didn't work. Let's try making it really high. Oh, there we go. Boom, there we go. We have NTSC version working. Let's just check through. Okay, so there are other issues here. So that doesn't quite work because it's not actually continuing the game properly. So let's try reducing that a little bit. I knew it would be this value here. Okay, still not quite right. But the game works properly at that point. So 20 is not enough. 28 is too much. Let's try. Okay, still not having it, but we can get into the game correctly. Okay, let's try right up against where it broke last time. Okay, that works. But you see it breaks here. This is where it breaks down. Why is it breaking down there, though? Oh. It's interesting how when it works, I can get, so like if I put it on 28 here, then it works and I can get into the game. It looks fine, everything's moving correctly. This is fine, the correct things are here. But the moment I do this all breaks. Question is why? It's like this transition isn't completing properly. Which makes me think this here needs to be set relative to some. Okay, so let's try something else. Let's is complete. No, let's look in the start. Okay, so we check for title card update ready. Update ready. Okay, which just runs our update function. Okay, which is this thing here. And title speed update returns carry clear. Which is, so update is, oh, that's title screen update. Okay. Title card transition out. Okay, so it's doing the transition out. Actually, is the transition out even working properly? So if I have that value on 2.8, does the transition actually work correctly at that point? Is it only when the transition is finished that it breaks? That's what I'm interested in here. Yeah, it's third-party Chromos. Okay, yeah, so the transition works, but when the transition is finished, it fails here. So first of all, I want to see if I put a breakpoint here, am I hitting this breakpoint? So this is my intro out. Okay, I'm not hitting that. So to me, that suggests that the transition out is failing. So let's get rid of that there. Let's go and have a look at transition out and see why that might be failing. How long are you streaming for tonight? I will stream for another 2 hours or so. Hour and a half, 2 hours. I will. I'm just waiting on a few final things to set up my retro console thing in this corner here. So the shelves that I've currently got discs on, going to move all those discs to. I've got like a shelf behind me here. It's full of junk now, but I did have my consoles up there, but I had to take them off and set them up. So I'm gonna replace these shelves with discs and games. Um, so like my Game Boy Advance games will go on there, the Commodore 64 games will go on there, and the blank discs and magazines and things like that will go on there. And then that will leave me room in my shelf unit here to put my consoles. And once I do that, I'll have the Jaguar over there, I'll have the Game Boy over here, the Famicom system, twin Famicom system will be over here as well. And then I might start doing some more games after the stream. I do need to get back to Parasol Stars as well because we're getting very close to doing that. I'm thinking it's probably going to be New Year now. We've got 6 weeks left of this year, um, which is probably enough time to finish this game, I think. And then New Year we'll do Parasol Stars. I do need to spend maybe a couple of streams just kind of tidying Parasol Stars up, getting it to run. So the first couple are going to be a bit annoying, but Parasol Stars is going to be official. Um, hmm. uh, Not really. No. I I am going to try again with Tato, or Taito, however you want to pronounce it. Um, I've not given up completely with them. But the game will be released as Parasol Stars. I will not compromise on that. It's not going to be a Parasol Stars like game. It's going to be Parasol Stars. The only difference is whether or not it's going to be official, made into a cartridge, sold in a box with Taito's name slapped on it, or whether it's just going to be released on the net as something to propagate through the net for free. I don't care either way. I would like to see an official version of it because it would just be nice for the C64 to have an official released version of Parasol Stars that it deserves, and it has deserved since 1992 or whatever it was when it should have come out, 91, 92. But if not, then I will just release it, and it will just be something that exists as like a Super Mario sort of thing that's just kind of passed from person to person, and yeah, cease and desisted. Yeah, exactly. Something that Taito can kick up a fuss about, but I mean, they had the chance to do it. It's going to cost them nothing. All they need to do is just approve it, just put their name to it. Um, but whatever. But it will be released. It definitely will be released. It is officially real, as Warlock says. Yeah. Okay. So the problem is we're not getting to the end of this for some reason. But why? Could it be this? It could be something to do with this. This is okay. If this is minus. Okay, so this is waiting until we're out of the bottom half of the screen. Okay, that's fine. Uh, oh, maybe it is that that's failing. Hang on, let's have a look at this. So, wait, this is transition. Oh, yeah. I don't think that's ever being hit. Yeah, that's never being hit. So this is failing. Okay, so let's have a look. Why is this failing? So this is just making sure that this stuff happens at the very top of the screen. So let's put a breakpoint here, see if we hit that one. Okay, we do hit that one. So that's saying we're no longer... Okay, let's just do that. Okay, cool. So there's a few little glitches I noticed on the main title screen. I'm not sure. See, that looked fine. There's the transition out looks a bit glitchy. So the transition in is fine. Something's off on the transition out, and I don't know why. Let me... But this is working in NTSC, which is good. Okay, so let me slow this down to 10%, and let's have a look what happens. Okay, so two things. First of all, when that screen cleared, there was a bit of a weird flash at the bottom. So that's one thing. And the other thing is there seem to be some sprite glitches down this side. So yeah. Once something's on the net, it's there forever. Yeah, and this is the thing, right? And you've got to remember, right? The Mario thing, really only Nintendo refused to accept it. Everyone else is just yeah, the music will be faster. I will test that in a second. I'll have to do a little cheat in that. Everyone else has accepted that that game is out there to the point where the Zap Annual actually reviewed it. So if a official publication can review it and give it a score, you know, it's out there. People know about it. It's always going to be there. Um, yeah, and the funny thing is you can't download it on CSDB, and the reason you can't download it on CSDB is not because it's a paid for game, because if it was a paid for game, then you wouldn't be allowed to download it on CSDB, but because CSDB got cease and desist letters. So why, when we tell them stop fucking doing it, will they not do it? It's only when you've got lots of lawyers behind you that they suddenly listen to you. Um, but you know what that means? It means that if you go on the BBSs, you probably will find Mario there. Plus, I think everybody who knows anything about C64 probably has a version of Mario somewhere that they've got. Maybe there's a cheap cease and desist legal, so yeah, maybe. But the thing is yeah, cheap has to be for Commodore 64 games. Cheap needs to be free because otherwise, what's the point? I mean, you don't make any money from C64 games, so you're in the same country as Steve Ruddy, the guy who did the original Bubble. Do you think about content and getting to give a thumbs up as extra leverage with Taito? I have I have some people working on it um, who have connections in the industry and know people who have worked with Taito. Um, yeah, so it's not me. I'm not pitching it to them. Somebody else is pitching it to them. Uh, yeah, I mean, it's a good point, Steve Ruddy, and I think Carlton knows Steve Ruddy. So I mean, it might be another approach to take, but I'm working with somebody who does have connections with Taito and with other people that have done work with Taito as well. So it's not like it's well, I'm going in completely blind. There is somebody doing this for me. So, um, but as I've said to them, I'm going to do this game regardless. It's just a matter of whether or not it gets the official stamp of approval, or I just go ahead and do it my own way. Okay, so there is a small glitch here, basically. I think something clears. I think it's this here. Title screen destroy. Yes, it will be this. Title screen destroy. Because this is happening as soon as this fails, basically, as soon as this drops into this area here. So I think what's happening is at this point. So if I do D012 and compare that to, or actually, let's go the other way. Let's do yeah, let's do it that way. And compare that to D012. See if that works. Yeah, I get the impression from what I've been told about the response to the initial pitch was that for them, there's a certain level of return they need from something before it becomes even worth them putting the bare minimum in. So obviously C64 is never going to generate that kind of. That's a lot better. I think that fixed it actually. C64 is never going to generate that kind of money anyway. So for them, it's more about it's just not worth it from a cash point of view. If anything, they would lose money on it. Um, but yeah, it is tricky. It is tricky. Okay, so one thing is the game is going to run faster in this mode. But as Prince Face says, it's worth checking the music out. So I'm just going to pause the music for a second. Um, I'm just going to turn the music on because what we're going to find is that this music is going to run a little bit. Oh, what? Okay. Oh, there we go. The music is going to run faster, you see. So the easiest way to deal with this, God, let me just resume the music while I do this. Uh, shit, I don't have music. Okay, I'm gonna make a method in here. So I'm gonna make a method here called play music. Uh, and the only job this is gonna do is gonna jump to 1003. It's not gonna jump to subroutine 133 because we're just gonna try and save with tail call. Um, but it's only gonna do this if the NTSC counter is triggered. So what that means, what do we need to do here? So first of all, we need to load O2A6, I think it is. I need to check that. Um, I mean, if I've remembered that, that's kind of a miracle if I've remembered that value. Yeah, it is indeed. There we go. Wow, okay. Um, so if that's 0, we're in NTSC mode. So if it's non-zero, we're in PAL, in which case we can jump straight to OK. However, if we are in NTSC mode, then what we need to do is we need to increment this value. Maybe you can put a quote from there saying we do not associate ourselves with this game because it doesn't make business sense, but we're showing all the best. That's the very right. I say I'm going to make it anyway, and I'm going to be as faithful to the original as possible. I'm not going to put anything that isn't in the game. It's all going to be that memory location deserves a symbol, surely. Um, why? I remembered what it was. I remembered what it was. I'll tell you what, I'll put a symbol in, but I'm just going to put it here. Just so you can read what it is. I can't believe I remember what it was. I'm kind of surprised, actually. Um, Nintendo Castellan. Yes, yes, they did. Yes, they did. Hang on. Okay, fireworks. Never quite sure when I hear bangs like that outside. I'm never quite sure if it's fireworks or somebody getting shot. Is checking O2A6 enough for the NTSC PAL checking? No need to overdo it with NMIs. I mean, it's going to catch the majority of cases. You're right. There are some cases where it can slip through. But the worst case scenario is that the music is just going to run a little bit faster. For the majority of machines, this will pass perfectly fine, um, and not cause a problem. So yes, I think it's absolutely fine. To be honest, I wouldn't want to. I'm going to do it this way actually. No, I'll do it this way. I'm trying to just use accumulator here so it doesn't fail. Um, just in case we use more than just the like if the X or Y register is being used somewhere else. So yeah, while O2A6 is probably not a complete check for this, there are other ways to check for things as well. For the most part, that will be enough to catch most of them. Um, uh, should do that. Mm, there we go. I just had to store back at 0 again. Oops. Okay, so what I need to do instead of calling 1003 is now call play music. So I need to go and find all cases where that's been used. Because I'm using regular expressions. And of course, dollar is a regular expression thing, so I can't use that. Okay, so there's 1, 2, 3, 4 places, and they're all in the start file. Okay, that's useful. So just need to find them in here. Play music. Okay, play music. Play music. Play music. There we go. Okay, I'm just going to pause the music again and give this a quick try. Hopefully this sounds correct now. Of course, I need to do music or sound.play music. So sound dot. So this is pretty good. We've managed to get okay. The high score took a little bit longer than anticipated, just because I made some stupid mistakes. But oh, wrong way around. I need to play it every frame except the sixth instead of only on the sixth frame. Okay, so compare it with six. If it's not six, I'll jump to OK. Otherwise, oh, actually, yeah, that should be. Hang on. Compare it with six. If it's not equal to six, then jump to OK. However, if it is equal to six, then do this. Don't play it. Okay. Cool. So this isn't the best way to do this. You could, as I can't remember who it said. Somebody said it a minute ago. Oh, Dotsu, it's the one above. So you could use an NMI timer to do the music here. That would guarantee that the update would happen every single frame, but you could decide the frame time. So it wouldn't be visual frame; it would be a musical frame. The problem with that is we then start tying. We start having an NMI timer, which we don't currently have. And that could interfere with the rasters, which could be a bit of a problem when we've got kind of the weird splits going on in here. Oh, sorry. Oh, was that not playing through? It should be playing through. Hang on. Let me just work out where that's coming from. So instead, what I'm doing here, just turn it down ever so slightly. Instead, what I'm doing here is PAL runs at 50 hertz, NTSC runs at 60 hertz. So if you look at the difference between those two, if you divide both of those by 10, you get 5 and 6. So for every 5 frames that PAL runs, NTSC does 6 frames. So what we're doing is we're making sure that for every 6 frames that play, only 5 of them play music. So we play 5 frames of music, then we skip a frame. So what it does mean is that every what would that be? 10 milliseconds, sorry, 20 milliseconds or so. Is that right? 20 milliseconds, hang on. No, every 10 milliseconds or so, it's going to skip one frame of music. But that happens so quickly and for such a short amount of time, it doesn't sound that bad at all. And I think this sounds fine. I don't know if can you guys hear that? I think that sounds absolutely fine. So let me just start it from the beginning again, so you can hear it, and then I'll do it in PAL so you can hear the same music. Let's switch it to PAL. Back again. I think there's an ever so slight difference in pitch, but it's not much at all, and it's I mean, it's barely noticeable, but there is an ever so slight difference in pitch, I think. It's like the difference between having something tuned to 440 or 435 or something like that. Yeah, it is. It is ever so slightly different in pitch. Turn it up. Hear it now? Yeah, I mean it's minimal. It is minimal. And PAL. That feels good. Oh. Okay, there needs to be a stop. Okay, so that's one thing we need to sort out. Feels good though. It does feel good. Damn it. Yeah, it's a good point actually. There isn't a bonus tune, is there? So, is there a tune? So, I think maybe I can swap one of the tunes into a bonus or something. Ah, damn it, they're hard, those things. Prince Faze made the tunes. Prince Faze, and I think there's one by Richmond Mike in there as well. Oh, still got a breakpoint in there. Okay, I need to get rid of that. Okay, so I think what I will do. I'm just trying to think. Is there an easy way to confirm? Do we have the list of what is bonus and? That's instruments. I may have to converse with you at some point, Prince Faze, and work out which is the high score tunes and stuff. So let's I want to get the level complete tune. Well, I want to get the music to stop for one. So let me have a look if I can do that very quickly now. So here's the intro. Here's the game. There should be a clear sound registers. Here we go. So I think if I do that in no, not bonus initialize. It's not that one, is it? It's going to be normal game loop here. End level transition. Initialize transition, record score. Yeah, so like here basically. So let's see if that stops that. Yeah, the tunes are great. The only reason I've not played them is because I don't want to have them ruined by just playing them over and over and over and over again. The only time I've ever done that is when I've written the tunes, and the only reason I do that is because I have to listen to a tune maybe 100 times while I'm doing something else, and if it's still catchy in my head, then I know it's all right. Okay, I think that stopped the tunes. So all we need to really do is maybe switch the tune to a bonus tune at that point. Is there? I mean, do you know offhand, Prince Phase, if there is a bonus tune? Which are the numbers to use for a bonus tune? Because I can probably do that pretty quickly. Can't remember the numbers. I think you said you sent it me in. Okay, so the sound clearing the sound register stops is working. Let me just check in Discord, because I know you did send me some stuff on Discord. I'm pretty sure I have the original list in there somewhere. So I haven't touched the sound in so long, which is probably why. So let's have a look. Okay, let's look at that. I'm looking for the PRG. There we go. That's what I want. Okay, so let me just open this. Oh, okay. Game over tune, high score tune. Okay. But no bonus tune. Ah, right. Okay, cool. So subtune 1, subtune 2. Okay, so subtune 1 is game over, subtune 2 is high score. Okay, well, let's put those in. That should be pretty easy to do. So what happens currently when I get a high score? Let's have a look. Bonus tune is high score. Okay, cool. So you can use both of those. Okay, so nothing happens at game over. Okay, cool. So if we go into game over, start. So game over, check high score, display high score. Both players have to have game overed here, which I think is correct because it's doing the display high score, check high score, title card. Okay, I think this is right. I might be wrong, but let's put a breakpoint in here, and then let's store. Let's just see what happens. Okay, so it doesn't happen there. Oh, it doesn't happen anywhere. Oh, it happens there. That's too late. It needs to happen before that. Okay. Okay. So this is not the place to put it. In which case, we need to look inside player. I apologize for the lack of music at the moment, but this is kind of important. I realize I haven't had a break in a while as well. Let's have some more wine. High score tune for bonuses. Yeah, bonus tune is high. Okay, all right. Okay, so So what I'm looking for now is where the game over flashes, because there is an area. Oh, is it this bit? Maybe it is this bit. Normal loop, jump to loop. Where is that? Oh, that's here. Okay. Oh, okay. So players active. Oh, okay. So this is annoying because what it's doing is game over is just a state that it's just checking for a certain amount of time. So I need to find out where that is set, where players active is set. So I need to find out where it's reduced. So this is spawning a player. Game over player. Here we go. Record score. Okay, so we can do it here. So oh, what's compare 0? Ooh, do you know what? I'm just going to push. I'm just going to pull here as well. It's game over for a player, so it's not going to happen a lot. Um, Otherwise, we're going to do this. We're going to load one and jump from a one. So there we go. So that hopefully should, as soon as we game over, it should start playing that. I don't know how long that game over sound is. Guess we'll find out now. Oh, it's quite long actually. Among Us. I imagine that. Problem is, it needs good network connection for that, or it needs some network connection. Okay. Okay, that's maybe okay, but maybe what we need to do is in the transition, we still need to be calling the music. Mega 65 would work actually. Mega 65 would definitely work. Um, no reason why that wouldn't at all. Okay, let's have a look. So if I just did in the middle of this routine, uh, like here, if I just did that, would that be enough to keep the music going through the transitions? No. Okay, that causes. Okay, no, that causes weird issues. So that's not a good place to do it. Huh. Mega 65 is networking. Yes, it has pretty fast Ethernet. So it uses I think there is a DMA mode for Ethernet data as well. So there is I don't know if it's DMA mode or if I know there is some method for very fast kind of in comparison to other 8-bit machines networking. Um, so yeah, it should be pretty impressive. I'm not doing it on my first game. I'm not going to do anything with that. The first game I'm doing completely to do with just a high kind of number of um, high number of sprites and stuff like that. So uh, I remember this kind of issue on a speculative draw on the body. You had to be accurate to about 40 cycles. So it was just, well, yeah, I mean, you kind of have to do on the C64 as well. Okay, so I kind of don't want the music to stop while the transition is happening. Um, so maybe there is a transition update in here where I can do it. Check complete enemy. So let's have a look. Transition in does this, and this will keep doing this until title card complete is called, which is annoying because that means that the update is done in here, which is frustrating. Okay. We've even got one right tonight. You're not on the ball tonight, Steps. You're not on the ball. You got some catching up to do. Yeah, Hayes is 100k ahead now. That's pretty good going from him. Oh man, it is annoying because this is happening because this IRQ is updating things one frame at a time. Like, what is this? What is going on here? This is weird. Oh, hang on, if I put that there, hang on, is that enough? No, okay. What if I do that? Okay, so now that's just taking too long. And that's because... Oh man, this one here is pointing to... that would need to be up here, and that's not going to work now. Shit, okay. I'm going to leave the machine in NTSC mode because it's going to be the easiest way to check that I'm not breaking stuff as I go along. Just while I'm testing this bit. See. Yeah, see, that's why I don't change it. What I'm trying to do is get the music to work at the same time as the transition is happening, but I don't think it's going to work. It's just yeah, it's just a little bit too flickery at that point. Yeah, no, okay. I need to get rid of that music thing. That's not going to work there. Okay. That kind of doesn't need to be there at all. So maybe I can drop this into one of these sections, maybe. Like that. Okay, now it's happening too quickly. Yeah, let me just... So what I'm trying to do is... So we change it between one and the other. Oh, okay. Oh yeah, yeah, I know that, but what I'm trying to work out, do I need to play? Is it just that the game over music is too long? Because I've noticed the game over music is more than just that one bar that I'm playing, or 4 bars, whatever it is I'm playing, because it continues and has got a whole section after it. But is it that I should just be playing high score? Do you know what I mean? Am I making sense? Because at the moment, what's happening is let's just turn that music off, right? Okay. See, it's playing game over music now, and then it continues playing game over music here. Should it have switched to high score music at this point? Or is it only high score music if you need to enter your high score? So you should switch to high score music here. Or just when you enter it. Should have switched it. Okay. In that case, that's fine. In that case. But then that means you're never going to hear most of the game over tune. You're only ever going to hear a small portion of it. And also, is the high score tune supposed to be played all the time when you finished? Or is it just because oh actually we're jumping straight into the high score even if we don't have a high score? No, there isn't. It's on a timer. We can make it that way. We can change it so that yeah, all right, let's do that. Let's change it in that case. Um okay, so that's this bit here. So first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to change. Actually, do you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to go for a quick break. I'm going to have a think about this. Yeah, I like the idea of keeping the game over, so you can just sit on that screen forever, basically. And then when you click from that screen, you either go straight back to the title if there was no high score, or if there was a high score, you go to the high score entry. That's what we're going to do next. All right, cool. So let me resume the music. I will pause the music again when I come back. But for now, I'm just going to put the SIDS back on, and I'll wait for this quiz to finish actually before I go, and then I'll go for a quick break. Then we'll do another hour. We'll just sort out these last few bits, and then really next week we can do the intro, which means we can work out what the scroll text is going to be. Um, I would love to say that the scroll text is going to be pinball. Was it? I bet Hayes would have got that one, but he's not awake. Um, I would like to add everybody's name into the scroll text, but I think it might be a bit too much to fit in the room that we've got left. If that's the case, then I may just kind of do a kind of cut down version somehow. So, all right, I'll be back in a few minutes, guys. I'll just leave the music going. Turn my desktop audio off. I'll have to turn that back on. I should be back in 5 minutes, guys. Be right back. Just as Werewolf Dev raid, so I'll quickly say hello to Werewolf Dev. Hey, Werewolf Dev, thank you for the raid. Very much appreciated, and welcome everybody that's come along with Werewolf Dev. I was just about to go for a break because I really desperately need to run to the toilet. So bear with me. I shall be back in a few minutes, 2 or 3 minutes at most, and I'll be right back. Thank you very much for the raid. I'll be back in 5 minutes. Be right back. I'm back. Sorry about that. I really had to run. Um, well, I experiment with various state management techniques. Try to use Godot and TypeScript, but only using Svelte and TypeScript. Okay. TypeScript, I'm all for TypeScript. I do like, oh my God, that was quick. That was very quick, Hayes. Yeah, I do like a bit of TypeScript. It's definitely the kind of right direction for JavaScript. I just wish I just wish they would adopt a kind of a similar approach somehow in JavaScript, but whatever. Not going to go into that. Okay, so what we're going to do, we're going to make some small changes to the way the game over system works. So first of all, we're going to game over is going to be based on I guess it's going to be this one here. So we're going to have a minimum time, which I'm going to reduce. I'm going to reduce this down to about a second. And what this is going to do, I'm going to change this here. This is just going to make sure that there is at least 1 second of you seeing seeing the game over flash at the bottom of the screen. Before which time you pressing fire does nothing. However, if that second is now up, we're back to actually we need to make sure that resets as well. Is that reset anywhere? But it's not. Oh, it is. It's reset there. Okay, cool. Game entry. Yeah, that's fine. If we do get to that point where that value has reached 30, then we jump to this section here. Which is check for fire. Which means we can simplify all this bit here as well. So all we really need to do here is increment this value and jump ahead to there. We don't really need to do any of that. And then we're going to check for fire. Now, we only need either player 1 or player 2. So we've got player 1 and player 2 pressing fire here. So we need either of these to be 0, which means we need either of these to have to look like they will actually be this value. So how do we do that? So the easiest way to do this is going to be to OR these two values together. So if we OR these two values together, what will we get? So if we OR these two values together, we're going to get 0. Or these two values together, we're going to get 1, 0. If both players press fire at the same time, it's going to fail. But that is, you both have to press at the same time and release at exactly the same time for this to fail. And that's going to be quite unlikely. So, oh, another hype train. My God. Thanks for the choo choo ghost or whatever that is. Hype ghost. Thank you. Hey Jasper. Oh gosh, all the C64 memories I've got. Yeah, yeah. Well, they're alive and well in this stream, twice a week. So what we can do here is if I AND this value with 1, 0, and then AND this with this value. So now this is either going to be 1, 0 or 0, 0 if the fire has been pressed, right? So if fire has been pressed, this is 0, 0. And if I end it with this one, I'm going to get 0, 0 again. If fire has not been pressed, yeah, so this is the way to do it, because ANDing all these values together, if they equal 0 at any point in here, if the end result here is 0, then somebody or both people have pressed fire. So that's fine. Okay, in which case, if not equal, jump to here. Okay, cool. Right, so let's give that a try. So this should leave the game over on. What's that not? What have I done there? What have I pressed? Did I press F8? I think I pressed F8. I did. All right. So this should leave the game over on until one or both players press fire. So let's get killed. Oh, let me stop the music. Okay, cool. So now I'm going to try pressing player 2's fire because this should take us out. And it didn't. I needed to play one. Okay, so we've got a problem here. Let's just resume the music again. Oh yeah, let me. All right, I'll have to. Let's get this working, and then I'll whack the volume back up again. Let's just get it working first. Okay, so why is this not working? Okay, so we're taking the value in DC 100, and we're ANDing it with 10. Has this not happened? Maybe. Let's take a breakpoint here. Let's make sure that this is being hit. So I won't pause the music because you guys can't hear it yet. So okay, so it did get to this point, and you can see it's hitting it every frame. So that's good. So we're definitely hitting this point. This should produce 10 or 0, and this would either be FF or. Okay, so if this was 10 and this was FF, then we would jump to here. However, if this is 0 and this is FF, and we add them together, okay, this should be working. Don't know why this is not working. Okay, let's try it without the breakpoint in. Good night, Warlock. Oh, good day, Warlock. Even I keep forgetting it's the middle of the day for you. Volume of game. Yeah, I just want to. I want to get this game over working, then we'll look at that. Okay. Oh, it did work that time. Okay. Let's try again. I just want to try pressing player 2 5 first. Just need to make sure it works from both sides. And then I'll turn the music off while we do the game music again. Okay. Okay, there is a sound discrepancy there, but it is kind of working. Game over is here. Okay, cool. Cool, that seems to be working. So I need to run this, clear sound registers. That needs to be here, like so. Let me just pause the music here and turn the music, the game up. So this is the in-game music now. And we just need to change the game music to be the bonus, or the high score, sorry, which is also the same as the bonus. So that is game over. So for now, we're just going to always press, we're always going to call the game over update here. Game over loop. Yeah, so we'll call it here all the time. Oh, actually, before we go in, because we're already calling it here, so we just need to call it before we go in. So game over start. Yes. Okay. So here we call we tune to 1000, which is our select tune here. So this should now play. This should play high score music now, but we're always going into the high score table. So if this purple text is running along the bottom, it means we're on the title screen. I should probably do something to make the title screen distinguishable from the high score screen. Just haven't done the title screen yet, so. Okay, so game over music should play as many bars as I allow it to play. Okay, cool. And if I press fire. And now we're in the high score music. In this case, we wouldn't have entered a high score here. So we wouldn't have gone for this. We would have gone straight to the next section, which is this bit. Cool. So all we need to do now is make sure that skips the high score if we don't have one. So that should be pretty simple. Let me just pause that. There's SID music back on. Okay. So that's kind of here. We need to make a decision here before all of this starts. We need to make a decision. Are we here, or are we jumping to the intro here? So we do need to jump to this if a certain condition is met, and that condition is. Let's have a look. Okay, so it looks like we do need to check high score. Okay, so let's just have a look in here. Okay, so basically what we're checking is these values are negative. So high score positions from game over. Okay, so we can do that in here. Oh, actually, no, let's do it here. Game over, let's do it up here first. So call that yes. And if that is positive, we jump to yes, because we know we've got a high score at this point. And then we do the same here. Otherwise, we're going to return. The reason we return here is because we don't want to display the high score if we haven't got any high scores. But we will need to do this check again, and we need to do this check in here. So as soon as game over start has finished, we also need to check again to say, we can probably make this more efficient by just having this kind of return differently. But to be honest, this is absolutely fine. It's not a huge amount of code, so I'm not too fussed about this. Game over exiting here. There we go. Okay, so let's give that a try again. I'm going to pause this. I'm going to pause the music, SID music again. Okay. So I know it's going to be very hard to score a high score here, so I'm hoping I go straight back to the intro. Game over music, perfect. Straight back to the intro, awesome. Right, now let's change the high score bottom for Andy Magic Knight, just so we can beat him quickly and get into the high score table. And hopefully we can go direct to the high score table and enter a score. Game over, but we should have a high score now. Cool. And we can enter our high score here. And then we hit this breakpoint. Don't know why we're hitting that breakpoint. Where is that? Where's that breakpoint? Ah, there we go. Oh, because we've entered all 8 charts. There we go. Okay, let's try again. So one more time, and then we'll do the same again in PAL just to make sure that it's working. Just a reminder, this is in NTSC, so this is pretty good. And then really all we've got to do is the intro screen and add a shitload of levels. So let's get a high score. So I just need over 100 to get a high score. There we go. I can go back That's there. Yeah, this is looking pretty solid. Sweet. Okay, let's try this again in PAL. Make sure everything's working on a PAL machine. Should be fine, but let's try it out. But yeah, it's looking pretty good. And then all we need to do as well is put the sound in the bonus, so which is the same as the high score tune, so it should be pretty easy to put in. Okay, so I've got a high score. Sweet. That's this is. I'm so pleased with this. Awesome. Okay. So the only thing that's not happening in here that I think we can do this on the title screen side is to do. Yeah, that looks like SimCity to me. Yeah. Well done, Hayes. Oh, you. Ah, okay. Damn it. Shame. The only thing that I don't think is happening is I don't think it's clearing this yellow area between the high score entry and the intro. So we may need to do that, but we can do that as part of the next stream, basically, which I think is going to be, if not the last, very close to one of the last streams. I may do one more stream where we do where I set up a match and we do some 2-player stuff. I'll pick the levels that we've got so far and put them in and maybe try some 2-player action with you guys. But I reckon we can probably spend a 1 or 2 streams doing the intro, because I do want the intro to have quite a lot. And we've got, so look, what have we got memory wise? We've got okay, we've got about, okay, that the intro text I need to leave, so that's fine. Okay, not an awful lot. I mean, that's pretty much the only memory we've got. But we've also got a bit of memory up at the end of the compressed levels, I guess. So yeah, I mean, we can make this work. Hey, Grey Defender, welcome to the stream. Okay, so let's have a look. Bonus is going to be in here. Okay, so at the moment, what's happening? Okay, so we load in game over. Yep. Ooh, crazy head rush then. Yeah, you missed the giveaway as well. Fistmaster won the Spectrum. I'm holding it up here, like the camera's up there. Okay, so we need to do that, and that needs to be part of the bonus screen here. Right there, I think that's probably the right place. And then when the bonus is finished, that's probably also going to need to clear the registers. Oh, it does clear the registers. Okay, let's try that. I think that might be enough. Okay, so yeah, so I will tell you now, Fistmaster, if you do want to change the SIM card in here, you'll just need to pull the circuit board off the mount. It has got a little bit of hot glue on the corners just to hold it down, so you may just need to kind of pry that off if you want to change it, because there is like a little plastic post that I've 3D printed just to secure it a little bit here, but it's probably not needed, to be honest. You could just snap that off and then it'll give you access to the SD card. I didn't think of that when I put the mount on. Okay, I should have. I should have concentrated then. Right, okay, let's try and complete a level. Oh, I just noticed that the this doesn't work. This is changing the tune, so I need to look at that at some point. That used to work. I don't know what I've done to break it, but I've done something. It still changes the tune, but it doesn't print correctly. No, it's not writing the right things here for some reason. Sweet. Bonus music. Okay, cool. That's working. So what I want to look at now is when you press F3, it should skip to the next tune, which it is doing. But this is looking wrong. So this is kind of an undocumented feature of the game. As I said, there isn't really any keyboard features in the game, but we wanted a way to be able to skip the tune. Well, I do like the noise when he lands. That's kind of cool. It's feeling pretty damn freaking solid, this now. I'm very pleased with it. I mean, it should do, the amount of time it's had spent on it. These guys are a pain in the ass. Oh, come on. Whose level is this? Bastards. I don't think it's going to crash here because I don't think there's any more levels. I can see how the high score is actually going to be quite easy to beat, so... Yeah, it's a crash. Okay. I mean, that's 3 levels. That's looking cool. I mean, they're easy levels because... Well, because they're easy levels. The first level has had some enemies taken out of it. My score is too easy to beat. Yeah, that's why you need to be better in the quiz, man. You're better in the quiz than you get in the high score table. Okay, let's put the high scores back as well. See, yeah, it looks like you don't need to get far to beat the first couple of scores at all. But beating this one will be difficult. Also, I think maybe credits is. I think there was a concern whether or not we needed credits. I don't think we do. Looking at this, I don't want the game to be too easy. You should be able to complete it on 1 credit, I think. We don't have extra lives in yet, so there may be some extra lives that we put in. I'm thinking maybe 100,000 for the first extra life, and then every million after that, which is the same as Rainbow Islands and Parasol Stars. I think it's the same in Bubble Bobble as well. Okay. Okay, what did I want to do then? Okay, I'm gonna turn the music off again now. There's no need for me to have it on. I think the music is working fine. I'm gonna turn the music back on here. We've got about 25 minutes left, so I'm going to spend the last 25 minutes just seeing if I can fix that music thing, because I really would like that to be working properly. I don't know why it's not. Let's see if we can figure out why that is. It's something to do with the keyboard. So tick for skip and mute. Okay. Oh, mute. That's the point. We don't have mute in here yet. Okay, so that's another. So a few things we need to do. We need to put extra lives in. Um, did we put all the effects for the pickups? I think we did, didn't we? Yeah, all the pickup effects work. Um, yeah. So okay, so we need extra lives. We'll need the mute button as well because I don't think the mute button does anything. So what should happen with the mute button is when you press it, the music should stop and it should just be sound effects. Um, and then the sound effects will use more. Um, play games. Yeah, not tonight. I think it will be next week though, because I should hopefully by then I should have the it's a very good version. This I need to contact Yogi Bear about this and or Yoichi or whatever it's called. Uh, he's uh he's still active now. He actually sent me some messages last year, so um I have to contact him about doing this. He might have to tweak it a little bit, but I think we can probably use this. Is the music DMCA safe for stream? Well, so far it has been, yeah. Okay. Oh dear. Okay, I'm not sure why it's picking the wrong. Okay, so I'll show you what's happening here. Let me just turn all the music off. Oh, I've done it in there. Just need to do it in here. I should get Jason Page to do the music. Um, Jason Page was, I mean, I may as well tell you now. It doesn't really matter. I don't think Tato are going to do it, but Jason Page was originally slated to do the music um, for it. Um, so many sentences I played up to now being muted and involved, so they've seen the birds. Yeah, yeah. Jason Page was slated to do it. I mean, he may still want to. I don't know, but I've got to say the version that I can only remember him as Yogi Bear. I can't remember his full name, but he's done such a great version. It sounds almost the same. Yeah, it's spot on. It's absolutely spot on. And that's what I want. I don't want something that's the same but slightly different. Like a modern take on it or with its own flourish. I want it to be exactly the same, and it is exactly the same. So I can't really fault it, and it would be a shame not to use it. I just entered your Patreon page. Okay, thanks, Doxter. I've not actually looked at my Patreon page for ages. I mean, basically, Patreon is just a way for me to give you guys some well access to some videos as well. So all the Checknoid videos go on there before they go on there for 3 months before I will release them. So the first ones will be released to the YouTube around about Christmas time. I think just after Christmas. But otherwise, you can get them from the Patreon, and also you've got access to the PDFs as well, which is pretty good. And all the Patreon stuff goes towards things like the Spectrum Next and stuff. That's all paid for by Patreon. Um, so and it pays for things like the servers, so the Flubit server. I'm probably going to set up a Mongo server. Well, a Node server with Mongo database for the quiz. Um, that sounded pretty good. Might be using. Yeah, I think it is using all channels. I mean, I spoke to him. It would have been around about June. It was not long after I posted the initial video of Parasol Stars. He contacted me and said, Do you want me to redo this music for you in any way? You're free to use it." So he's approached me, and I'd feel awful not giving him the chance to do it. So, do I need any info for for Discord or anything? Oh, to get your role on Discord. No, you should just need to connect Discord to Patreon, I think, or something. I can't remember exactly how to do it. Uh, if I put it in the subscriber channel, no, I haven't. Oh, yeah. There's if you look in this. Oh, you can't get into that anyway. Oh, that's annoying. You can basically you can connect through Patreon. You can connect Discord, and then if you connect Discord, you'll automatically get that status. Yeah, exactly, Hayes. He's he's approached me early on. To be honest, a lot of people at Protovision approached me um, about doing. So the initial idea was to do a version of Parasol Stars that wasn't quite Parasol Stars. Um, so it would be Parasol Stars, but the name would be changed, the characters would be changed, the kind of look would be changed. And to me, it was like, well, that it's not Parasol Stars anymore. It might be umbrellas, and it might have the same mechanics and the same feel, but it's not going to look like Parasol Stars, and it has to be Parasol Stars, or else I don't want to do it. So I think that was probably Jacob that approached me about that, and then a couple of days later, this Yogi Bear guy approached me as well. Umbrella Estrella. I like it. I like it. That's not bad. But I just I wasn't too interested in, and even though the attention was kind of nice, and I was getting people saying, "Oh, join our crack group." It's like I don't want to join a crack group. I hate you guys. Why would I want to join you guys? Which was basically them just saying, "Oh, join us because if you release a game, then we can have the first crack on it." It's just like, oh my god, seriously, that's what it comes down to, doesn't it? Really. Okay, I'm completely losing track of what I'm doing. Okay, so F3. See how it does this on the thing down here? That's wrong. That should be displaying a new track information here, and it's not doing. So it displays it correctly when you first go into the level. So if I just come out of here, just check. So if I start the level here, you see how it writes the tune stuff across the bottom. Um, but then if I press that, it should write the next tune. So it's definitely skipping the tune. That's fine. But it's not adding it in there. Yeah, there you go. Dotster's in there. I see you. I see you. Cool. Yeah, so Patreon, I don't advertise this very much anymore. I think it does it automatically. But if you are interested in some basic tutorials, it's basically the first couple of episodes of this stream. I think it's the first 6 episodes of this stream, condensed into PDF format. But it should be enough for you to understand pretty much every instruction in 6502, and get a head start with coding. If you join the Patreon, it costs you about $2 or something like that. And you can join, download the PDFs, and leave as well. I don't really care if you do or don't. It just goes towards prize stuff anyway. I don't get any of the money. No, that's a lie. Actually, it goes towards wine as well, but the majority of it is going into these now. Um, but yeah, the PDFs I use. So I just wanted to make sure there was something there that you guys could get for supporting me as well. So okay, so why is that music not So this is where select game manager. No, update track display. Okay. See, it's displaying something. That's the thing. It's displaying something. But what it's displaying is completely wrong. Majority of bits go to spectrums. Yeah, I don't know what I'm going to do for the next one. I'm very, very tempted to do an Amiga Pi for the Christmas one because I have got this lovely machine here. Showed it last time. It's absolutely perfect for an Amiga Pi. I could put a Pi like a 2 gig Pi 4 in here. It's relatively thin. It's not too fat, but it is a keyboard with a little trackpad on the side. So it's kind of perfect for an Amiga Pi. Um, or even an Archimedes. An Archimedes might be an interesting one. Um, or both. I mean, it could run both. It's going to be whatever it's going to be. It's probably going to be a Pi 4. Um, but yeah, I mean, this would make a decent machine, and with the trackpad on the side, it does make for an interesting thing. I need to do some modifications on it because actually, what it is, it's a Bluetooth keyboard that takes batteries, and you have to open the back up to get into the batteries. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to wire the battery compartment directly to the Pi 4, so it's powered by the Pi 4 instead, and then that way at least you don't have to wait for you don't have to like open it up and change the batteries all the time. Amstrad CPC 464. Yeah, but this is like I mean, this is you'd need like three of these to be the same width as the Amstrad CPC. Um, I mean, to do an Amstrad CPC 464, you basically need to be uh, full arm stretch, basically, and then you've got the right size case for an Amstrad. The fuck is that? That is it's just a keyboard. That's all it is. It's a keyboard. Um, yeah, it's a keyboard and mouse, but it's got internally it's got the space to mount a Raspberry Pi, so it's designed so that you can put a Raspberry Pi inside it, and it's got all the connections on the back so you can access it. But the idea is you put a Raspberry Pi inside and you create a kind of a self-contained computer, like the Pi 400, basically, which came out literally a week after I bought that case. So, um, but yeah, that's what it is. But yeah, I might do. I think I'll probably do. Maybe I'll just do a retro Pi machine, but with that focuses on like Amiga, DOS, Archimedes. Focuses on those like the X6 68,000. Focuses on those machines that um I'll show you again. Focuses on the machines that have the mouse and keyboard. So yeah, it's literally just that. It's just a keyboard with a trackpad on the side, with the space here. I don't know if you can see this panel that you can take off here. This whole panel here, and you can fit a Raspberry Pi in there. And then it's got the connections for the Raspberry Pi on the side and on the back as well. Um, and quite a lot of room in it as well after that, so you could probably put an SSD in there. How are the keys about it? Yeah, they're not bad. It's I forget the name of it as well. It's I have posted it in the I posted about it in the Discord, but it seems okay. The keyboard's not a bad keyboard. It's a low profile, obviously, like most of these modern kind of Bluetooth keyboards are, but it's not bad. It's not bad at all. Okay, why are we getting this track info incorrect here? So where is the track info coming from? Is it this bit? It looks like it's this bit. track names is coming from up there. Okay, but that's not changing. Okay, let me just put a breakpoint in here. Let's just see what happens. So I want to check this against when we first enter the game. It's similar to the Pi 400. The keyboard is very similar to the Pi 400. Okay, so I'm looking at the values that it's trying to print across the screen here. So this might take a little while actually, but oh no, there we go. That's interesting. Maybe it did it with colors though. Now, if I press F3, see, it didn't do anything. It didn't do anything. It didn't do that track info again at all. So where is it figuring? So, okay, we need to figure out why. I've only got 10 minutes left. This is probably one for next stream, to be honest. But let's see if I can. There might be a quick fix because this used to work. So I don't know why it's not working. Okay, so this is checking to see if we pressed a key. If we have, then if we're already changing, don't do anything. If we're not, then select a random track and start the display state again. And that's what this is doing here. Okay, so then if the display state is on 0, we jump to exit. Otherwise, what we do is we start displaying the track info. Oh, okay, so maybe this isn't being called. So this is copying the track info. So maybe that isn't being called. So let's give that a try. I still need to. The Pi 400 is another one I'm going to set up on my little rig up there because I want that to be my TIC80 machine. I think it's the perfect machine for this sort of thing. Okay, so we copy the track info once. That's fine. No copy track info here. Ah, okay. So this is the problem. This is the problem. So in that case, when I come to here, what does this get set to? Because I want this to be set to 1. And I think it's not. I think it's been set to something else. Okay, let's copy the track info. Oh, wait, hang on. No, it wasn't copying the track info. Where was that? That was here. God damn it. Oh, because, okay, I need to put that knob in there. Damn it. All right. So just a little point here is if you've got a label and you put a break before it, you may as well just put the break after it. Because there's no instruction between the break and the label. They're essentially at the same position. So that break is essentially both there and there. So you have to put it. If you do that, then you're better off just temporarily putting a knob after the break, just so that you can distinguish it from the label. Okay, so copy track info. That's good. Okay, then we come into here. Wait for the track info to complete. I mean, this is a hidden feature. It doesn't really matter, but I would like this to work. Press F3. Okay, we've hit the knob. Let's 73 C0. So ink track display state. So 72D4. So 72D4 is O2. Okay, so I can fix this probably very easily by doing this. Oh. because what's happening is it's then getting into this section here and it's comparing to 1, which means it's never hitting this. So I think this is probably going to work now. Let's give it a try. And then if that works, I'm going to call it a night, I think. I'm going to have one more glass of wine. Not bad. 1 3/4 bottles of wine tonight. Not bad. So copy track info, this is because it's the first time we go in. That's fine. Copy track info. That's good. There we go. Fixed. All right. Awesome. Easily done. Okay. Cool. Sweet. I think that's pretty much it. I can't think of anything else I need to do right now. So I do need to add extra lives in. That's oh, that's the point actually. Steps, you still around, Steps? Still around? You are. We could do with an extra life sound effect. Like a boop boop boop. Like a rising kind of beat. Like a boop boop boop. Something that just says you've got an extra life. Something kind of triangle wave, I guess, like a quite a tingy metallic kind of rising sound. If you imagine getting a triangle, hitting it 3 times really quickly, but with the pitch rising, something like that. It has to be rising so it sounds positive, and it has to be kind of slightly metallic so it kind of stands out, I guess, that kind of triangle-y metallic sound. So yeah, that'd be good if you could do that. So I think what we'll do on the next stream then, so I'll just summarize what we're going to do next before I call it a night. So on the next stream, we're going to go through the intro screen. So we've got around about 2 kilobytes left. Actually, no, that's a lie. We've got less than that. We've got about 1.5, between 1 and 1.5, depending on what we add to the sound here as well. With that, we need to create an intro screen. So the intro screen is going to be pretty simple. We do have some sprites already that I think Warlock did for the characters, for the pick and mix logo, individual letters that we can throw up on the main screen and have them bounce around. So we can do something quite simple with that. That's probably not going to take a lot. That's probably going to take about 200 bytes or something like that. But what we do need to try and do is explain as many of the game mechanics as possible on the intro screen, and also have a system that shows. So first of all, the very, very first screen needs to be credits, basically. Who the game is written by, who the graphics are by, who the sound is by, and so on. With the scroller always going along the bottom. So we will decide the content of the scroller at a later date. I'm not sure, probably on the next stream actually, but then after that screen, there needs to be a high score table. So we've got the high score table, so that's pretty easy. We just need to call a routine and it should display it. Then after that screen, we basically are in the realm of however much room we've got, describe as much of the game as possible. Now, originally I did want little animated characters showing it. That might be tricky to get into that space. I think that is going to be very, very difficult to carry off in 6K, along with all the other text that we might need to display around, like credits and stuff like that. I'm not saying it's impossible, but we might have to look at just toning it down a little bit. So I think we'll start with some static descriptions. We may put some characters on the screen, maybe showing them, in certain poses and stuff, but they probably won't be animated. Because we need to describe things like first of all, how to complete the level. Fill the meter up. So we'll have to have a picture of the meter. Fill that meter up to activate the switch. Stand both players on the switch to activate the door. Exit the door to exit the level. That can be done in one screen pretty easily, I think. But then we also need to describe the mechanic of colouring the floor as well. So if the floor is coloured, you'll get a bonus. If the floor is your opposite colour, you'll get a penalty. And then, yeah, I mean, we need to think about it. It's going to be really important that those first screens are informative but concise as well. We don't want them to be too verbose. They need to be quite. They need to explain a lot with as little as possible. And there's quite a few mechanics that the game has to offer that I think need explanation. So we've got to be careful. Okay, on that note, I'm going to finish this wine. If I'm going to just neck it. Cheers, guys. I'm going to find someone to raid. Duke is on. DXMon. Who's DXMon? Have I seen him before? Oh, I don't know what that is. Let's raid Duke. Duke's a nice, easy one. He's played some kind of. I don't know what that is. Might be Pokemon for all I know. I really don't know anything about Pokemon. I realized that today when I was watching a video about Pokemon cards and the prices that they go for. I did not realize that some Pokemon cards are worth 200 grand. It's insane. Like, if you've got a first edition, I'm gonna get this wrong, aren't I? Charizard? I don't know. I think it is Charizard. I think it's Charizard. If you got a first edition Charizard, it's worth 200 grand. That's fucking insane for a piece of cardboard. Crazy. All right, let's raid Duke. Yeah, it's madness. I didn't realize that the Pokemon cards were worth that much. It's insane. I was just watching a video about it thinking, fucking hell. There's some kids out there that maybe have kind of got collections that don't even realize how much their collections are worth now. Although, we're kids, not kids anymore. Okay, cool. Thanks, guys. Let's go and raid Duke. I shall see you all on Tuesday. I might do the music on Doc on Tuesday. I'm not sure. I'll have to have a think about it. You never know. Maybe the Mega 65 will appear, but I doubt it. Oh, pardon me. All right, cool. Let's raid Doc. Cheers, and see you all on Tuesday.